Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku was the only one Bakugou asked for? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Bakugou, tone it down a little with the explosions please. You don't need to go all out against your classmate. Aizawa-sensei said in his usual monotone. Annoyance sparked in Katsuki's chest at the scolding. He could do whatever the hell he wanted. If they couldn't keep up, that wasn't his FING problem. If I don't go all out, these losers will never improve. He yelled back as he aimed another blast at Kirishima's torso. Kirishima managed to dodge with an exasperated look on his face. Come a minute. Can you chill out? We're just practicing. Kirishima yelped as he dodged another blow Katsuki had aimed for his head this time. Hey! Katsuki landed and rolled his eyes. It's not my fault you can't handle some basic FNG combat. I can. Kirishima deactivated his quirk and crossed his arms. Somewhere in the background, Aizawa-sensei scolded Katsuki half-heartedly for cussing. He ignored it. But basic combat doesn't mean try to kill me, Bakugou, Kirishima admonished, but there was humor in the tone. Don't be stupid, shitty hair. If I actually wanted to kill you, then I would. Katsuki raised his fists and adjusted his stance to finish the fight. He would win. Like he always did. Ah, that's reassuring, you're such a good friend. Kirishima joked and lunged first, aiming a fist at Katsuki's gut. Katsuki grabbed his fist before it made contact, flipping Kirishima onto his back. With a loud grunt, Kirishima activated his quirk, hardening his body, to lessen the blow. Katsuki was on top of Kirishima before he had the chance to react, pinning his hands next to his head and his body with his hips. Victory. Okay, that's enough. Bakugou wins. Aizawa-sensei said, walking up to them. Katsuki stood and Kirishima sat up, raising his hand for help from Katsuki. He walked away without looking. Ah, come on Bakugou bro, not even going to give me a hand? Kirishima pouted and stood on his own. Katsuki ignored his whining and adjusted his gauntlets. Who's next? He said, not looking at his teacher. That's all Bakugou, there's no one else for you to fight. Aizawa-sensei said, class is over, you can all head back to the dorms. Katsuki looked up and realized he had already defeated his assigned opponents today. A smug smirk spread across his face. No one had been able to best him in the 6 months it had been since he was captured by the League of Villains. Since he ended All Might's career. Good job, Kaken. That annoying FNG voice came from behind him, and he gave Deku a quick glare over his shoulder before turning to face him. Was Deku mocking him? No, he couldn't be, because Deku had lost their match today. I thought I told you to never lose to me again. Katsuki mocked. Deku was the chosen one. The one All Might passed his quirk on to, and yet he hadn't won today. He told Deku the last time they fought to never lose again, because what was the point of giving shitty Deku an awesome quirk like that if he wasn't going to use it well? What was the point of him being the chosen one to follow in All Might's footsteps? Deku swore to never lose again, and Katsuki swore he would never be captured by the enemy again. Though, Katsuki's promise was only to himself. Today's spar session had been a solid fight for sure, but Katsuki had ended up pinning him down just like he had done with the rest of his opponents. I know that. Deku exclaimed, averting his eyes from Katsuki's glare. It was just a sparring match. If we had gone for real, then I would have dash. Shut it. There's no way you would have won. You FENG-SCK at protecting your left flank. Katsuki started heading towards the door behind the rest of the class. Deku looked surprised for a split second before responding, I'll work on that. Maybe you could help me, just give me some more time and dash. Katsuki cut him off again, don't care. You lost. He exited the building. It almost sounded like Deku thanked him as the door closed. He decided to ignore it. He spotted the shitty red hair he was looking for immediately upon walking out the door. But shitty hair, Katsuki called. Kirishima stopped and turned around. Sup, Bakugou? Gym. Was all Katsuki said, nodding his head in the direction of the gym and walking that direction. Kirishima bid a quick goodbye to Mina and Siro before following Katsuki. Katsuki slammed Kirishima down on his back like he did during class, pinning him to the sparring mat. Another win. Kirishima groaned. Okay. I think I'm done for the day, man. Katsuki got off and let Kirishima stand on his own. Giving up already? That's FNG pathetic, he scoffed. Kirishima gave him an incredulous look. You just kicked my butt over and over for an hour. Katsuki crossed his arms. And if you want me to keep training with you, maybe you could teach me something instead of just beating me up. Teach me some of the things you're doing and maybe our sparring sessions will be a little more interesting. Kirishima walked over to his gym bag and started gathering his things. First, don't tell me what to FING do. Second, how have you not learned a single thing from sparring with me daily? Katsuki walked over to the bench next to Kirishima and began gathering his belongings as well. Annoyance simmered in his chest from Kirishima, insinuating that he was unhelpful. Kirishima sighed. Bakugou, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm sorry if it came off that way. It's just, you seem to know a lot more than me now. Don't get me wrong, beating my butt helps me develop my quirk, but I'd like it if sometimes, instead of you beating my butt, you'd actually teach some of it to me. Kirishima scratched the back of his head awkwardly. If you're too weak then just FING say that. Katsuki rolled his eyes and hung his gym bag over his shoulder. Figure your own sheet out. I'm not your teacher. Yeah, man, I guess you're right. Kirishima gave Katsuki a look that sent his steaming rage into a boiling one. What the F is that face for? Katsuki stepped up to Kirishima, ready to fight it out again. Kirishima backed up and put his hands up in a surrender. Hey, nothing man. It's just, he hesitated as if afraid of what Katsuki's reaction would be if he said the thing he's been wanting to say for the past 6 months. Spit it out, shitty hair. Katsuki growled. His annoyance was at an all-time high today, after watching Deku lose their match, when he said he wouldn't lose again. Did that loser even understand what was on his shoulders? Did he understand that he was destined to fight All for One? If he wasn't ready for. When All for One came for him, he would FNG die. He would prefer it if his rival didn't die. Who would keep up with him if Deku was gone? It's just that, ever since you were, taken by the League, Kirishima cringed at the pure rage that simmered in Katsuki's eyes at the mention of his kidnapping back at the training camp. Well, you've just been quiet and angrier lately, man. I mean, like, more than usual, you know? I just wanted to let you know that I'm here for you if you want to talk about it. Katsuki grabbed the front of Kirishima's shirt, earning a small grunt from the boy. Don't ever FNG talk about that to me ever again. Nothing about me has changed. What happened with the League means nothing to me other than training harder. Which is what we're doing here daily. Got it? Why ya man, I got it. Sorry. I'm just here for you if you ever dash. Katsuki pushed Kirishima back, letting go of his shirt. The boy took a step back and stopped mid-sentence but didn't lose balance. The push didn't have any strength behind it. And looking into Katsuki's eyes, he could almost swear he saw fear. But he decided it was just his imagination. Katsuki was afraid of nothing. We'll take the day off tomorrow, was all Katsuki said before he left the gym. His hands clenched into fists and his jaw working. Katsuki took a couple of laps around the campus before heading back to the dorm in an attempt to soothe the anger coursing through him. Who did Kirishima think he was to say that he knew what he was feeling? None of these extras knew anything about him. All they knew, and all they needed to know, was that he's going to be number 1 in the field. Just like he's number 1 in the class. He spent the last 6 months focusing only on improving. Nothing else. He had his routine down. Wake up, work out, get ready, go to classes, go to the gym with Kirishima, go back to the dorms, study, and sleep. No time for any other bullshit. The only one who knew anything about him was Deku. His routine has gotten him to the top of the class. His grade is higher than even Yaoyorozu's. He scored exceptionally well on the combat training and got 100% on his quirk theory final last semester. They wouldn't catch up to him, he wouldn't let them. And watching Deku figure out the new quirks manifesting in One for All felt painfully slow. Like at any moment the League could attack and Deku wouldn't be ready. Katsuki knew All Might had been training with him, but he needed to be pushed harder. He needed to be ready. The image of Deku running towards the portal as Katsuki was pulled through by the villains flashed across his mind. Arms broken and useless at his sides. If he pulled that sheet again? Katsuki shook his head. If Deku wasn't going to be ready, then he sure as hell was. The League was not going to FING win. Katsuki would make sure of it. He walked into the dorm to the sound of commotion in the common room. He looked over to the right to see that everyone was working together to make dinner. Who the hell let Todoroki cut the chives again? He could see that they weren't cut properly from where he was standing. Bakugou, welcome back. Come join us for dinner, man. Kirishima called out to him, excitement on his face. He was always so cheerful and outgoing. Katsuki wondered how he managed to act like that all the time. Was he not stressed about the League? Did he not consider that the security that UA had set up wouldn't be good enough? All for One had ultimately put an end to All Might after Katsuki's capture. Did they think some regular guards that weren't even considered pros with insignificant quirks could hold him back if he decided to come here? If he decided to attack them while their guard was down? He ignored Kirishima's request and went up the stairs to his room. He could hear the disappointed murmurs of his classmates as he reached his floor. As soon as his door was closed and locked, his rigid body relaxed. The room was dark, the only source of light being the sunset shining through the window. Alone. No threats. Just his own space with his own belongings. No one to see the look on his face or the hunch of his shoulders. This was the best part of his day. His shower was as hot as possible like always. The pain of the water running down his back distracted him from every thought in his head. He brushed his teeth without looking in the mirror and put his pajamas on in silence. As he began to lay down on his bed, his stomach growled. Loudly. He hadn't eaten since lunch, and if he wanted to stay on top of his routine, he couldn't afford to miss a meal. He didn't want to admit it, but whatever those losers were cooking downstairs smelled really good. Which was shocking in itself, since the only one of them that can properly use an appliance is the Sugar Rush dude. What was his name again? Osato. Yeah, that's right. Katsuki rolled his eyes at the fact that he had to go back down to the common room whether he liked it or not. If he waited until they all went to bed, it would be late as F-. He slowly turned the knob of his door and sighed deeply. Maybe they would just ignore his presence and leave him the F alone. He knew that was wishful thinking and headed downstairs, hands shoved into the pockets of his pajama pants. His face was grumpy as usual as he walked into the common room. Class rep, round face, Deku, tape dude, shitty hair, ears, and dunce face were sitting at the table playing a card game. On the couch, Frog Girl and Raccoon Eyes were playing Super Smash Bros. While everyone else watched. Had they already eaten? Maybe Katsuki should just go back upstairs. He hesitated, which caught the attention of Deku and Dunce Face. Bakugou, you're here, Dunce Face said, smiling at Katsuki. His exclamation brought everyone's attention to Katsuki, and his annoyance turned to rage as everyone started welcoming him. As if this gathering meant anything. The FING losers hung out in the common room every night together. It's not like this is some special occasion. I told you not to call me that. Katsuki growled as he walked towards the kitchen. This quieted down some of the welcomes he was receiving. The people at the couch went back to their game without another word to him, looking unsure of what to say. He wasn't so lucky with the losers at the table. Hey man, the food is almost ready, but if you want to join in on the game, we can add you in. Shitty Hair called to him. We're playing Uno. Kaken, you should join in. Once we're done with this round, the food should be done. Deku added. Katsuki worked his jaw as he inspected the food they were making. Katsudon. Seems it was Deku's night to choose dinner again. Did the DM and nerd ever pick anything other than Katsudon? I don't want to play your dumb FING game. And you're burning the food, by the way. Katsuki growled as he removed it from the heat. Was. Multiple of his classmates yelled out the same reaction as they stopped what they were doing to run over. The sudden proximity of so many people sent Katsuki straight over the edge of the precarious cliff of anger he was trying to balance on. He trembled as he said, "If you people don't get the hell away from me, I'll blow you the F up." Everyone took one giant step back as a group, except for Deku, who stood slightly behind Katsuki to look over his shoulder at the food. It's okay. There are enough salvageable parts for everyone to eat. Plus, I'll just eat the burnt pieces. Deku looked back at his friends and smiled. A collective sigh of relief could be heard from the group. A small popping sound from Katsuki's hand made Deku jump, and he finally took the step back that Katsuki had wanted. Sorry, Kaken. Yeah, whatever, nerd. Katsuki began getting plates out and portioning everything out. He could feel everyone's eyes on him as he did it, his anger at the unwanted attention barely wrangled. He handed out plates of food to everyone. Deku came up last with a small smile on his face. Thanks for serving a Kaken. That was really an I-dash. Shut it. I'm only doing it because you people are so unorganized. It would have taken so long that the food would be cold if I left it up to you losers. He handed Deku a plate of food and noticed his small smile had turned into a slightly sad one. Deku was looking at Katsuki with those big green eyes full of sadness for no good effing reason. Before Katsuki could snap at him for it, Deku spoke again. Wait, Kaken, I said I would take the burnt pieces. He had moved his sad eyes down to his plate of food, and when those green ones met Katsuki's crimson ones again, they were full of surprise. Because the food on his plate wasn't burnt at all. It's fine, shitty Deku. I like my food a little burned anyway. Katsuki turned away from the boy who was looking at him like he'd just saved his life. There was a small blush on his face that made his dumb freckles stand out. God, this nerd was so effing sentimental and ridiculous. He just hoped he didn't start crying over it. Thank you, Kaken. Deku said from behind him, sincerely. Just walk away. It's not a big deal. Katsuki started making his own plate. He could still feel Deku behind him, hesitating. Deku, just sit the F down and eat your food, you dim nerd. Alright. Katsuki could hear the smile on Deku's face. He heard Deku walk away and released the breath he didn't realize he had been holding. His thoughts were irrational, and he knew that. He and Deku had already fought this out. Had already talked about it. Deku didn't look down on Katsuki. He knew that. He knew that. And yet he couldn't help but feel like Deku was laughing at him for being nice. His classmates had left the end seat open for him. Looks like they finally learned that that was his spot. Since the last time they tried to make him sit between people, a piece of Kirishima's shitty hair had gotten singed. He ate in silence as his classmates talked animatedly around him. They were the loudest group of people he had ever met. And they had the audacity to wonder why he was always yelling around them. As if they would be able to hear him over their own incessant chatter, always at max volume. The copious amount of hot sauce he poured on his katsudon helped him ignore the taste of the burnt food. He didn't hate the burnt flavor, but he had been lying when he said he didn't mind it. Kinda tastes like butt. Katsuki raised his eyes from his food for just a split second, not wanting to get the attention of anyone at the table. Knowing this group, if he showed any interest in the conversation, they would definitely drag him into it. He never actually paid attention to what any of the extras were saying anyway, so it would be meaningless to try and include him. His eyes caught on shitty hair and Deku at the other end of the table. They seemed to be murmuring with each other. Very unlike them, especially shitty hair, the loudmouth that he was. Both of them glanced at Katsuki at the same time, and when they were met by his glare they startled and went back to eating their food. Were they talking about him? Oi, what the F dash? Katsuki called to them. Everyone went silent and glanced at him, then over to shitty hair and Deku. You effing losers have something you want to say to me? Oh no, Kaken. Deku stuttered. We were just talking about strategies for our next combat training. One of us is going to best you. Shitty hair finished the sentence for Deku with a wink at Katsuki. Katsuki glared at them, suspicion in his expression as he looked between them both. You're right. Neither of you lame buttes is going to best me at anything. Katsuki growled and went back to eating his food in silence. It sounded like Deku was about to say something else before shitty hair elbowed the loser's arm to stop him. Good, shutting the F up was the better option for both of them at this point. When Katsuki finished his food, he cleaned his plate and put it away. When his classmates began to walk into the kitchen to wash their own plates, Katsuki silently took them and washed them. Each classmate thanked him quietly before walking away and going back to their games. He ignored their thanks. Until Deku came up with his plate last. Thank you, Kaken. Deku smiled up at him as Katsuki took his plate. Whatever. Katsuki began washing the plate, but once again, Deku didn't walk away. Hey, Kaken? Deku began. He dried and put the plate away and turned to face him with a sigh. What do you want, you DMin nerd? Katsuki looked at him with the usual grumpy look on his face. His voice lacked the malice he had intended it to have, and he cursed himself for it. His anger had been driving him lately, that was true, but after everything that's happened with Deku over the last 6 months, he hasn't held the same searing hatred he had for him like before. After their fight, which All Might stopped. After he learned about Deku's quirk, he just couldn't grasp the hatred anymore. It wasn't there to cushion their interactions from the awkwardness of being former friends and former enemies. They talked somewhat normally now, even though Katsuki still thought Deku was annoying, a crybaby, and a self-sacrificing idiot with no sense of self-preservation. But he also respected him a little bit more. He respected the weight on his shoulders and the effort he'd been putting into his training. They weren't enemies anymore. They weren't really friends either. The limbo they were currently navigating was precarious and was quite honestly pissing Katsuki off. He hated uncertainty. He knew he didn't hate him anymore, but he didn't know what to call his current feelings. Annoyance? No, it was something he wasn't familiar with. Deku had seen him at his most vulnerable. Not that Katsuki would ever bring that up, and neither would Deku if he knew what was good for him. Deku and All Might are the only ones who have seen him shed tears like that. They've seen him be emotionally raw. He would never admit it to himself or anyone else, but having people that understood him and his actions, even just a little bit, was a comfort he had never had before. And after that whole incident, they had made small steps to fixing their friendship during their time on house arrest. I just wanted to ask if you're doing okay. Deku lowered his voice so only Katsuki could hear him. It's just that I've noticed ever since the incident with the League, you've been yelling a lot less, which is great. But you've been quiet, and a little more angry, and well, you've been. Deku hesitated, which gave Katsuki the chance to let his burning hot anger overflow. You think I need your help, Deku? You think I'm weak? You think you're so much better than me because I'm the one who ended All Might and you're the chosen one. Katsuki spat while still keeping his volume low. He didn't need all of Deku's shitty friends to come to Deku's defense. No, of course not, Kaken. Come on, we've talked about this before, Deku said seriously. I don't look down on you. I never have. You know I've always looked up to you. He knew Deku was right. They had talked about all of this. Katsuki was just having a hard time letting go of his former way of thinking. Katsuki opened his mouth to say something, but Deku cut him off, which set him off more. Listen, we don't need to go over this again in the kitchen while everyone is out here. I just wanted to tell you that I'm here if you want to talk. Well, everyone is, he gestured to their classmates in the common room, but they've collectively decided to back off because your silence is a little scary and you've been angrier than before. Which is saying something because you've always be dash. I don't need to talk about anything with anyone. I can handle my own sheet, so you should mind your goddamn business. Katsuki spat. He wanted to end the conversation before Deku could start rambling like he always did. Okay, Deku put his hands up in surrender and said, but I'm here if you need. If something is eating away at you, you can tell me. And before Katsuki could tell him to shut the F up about it, Deku was scurrying out of the kitchen, knowing he had set Katsuki off by saying it again. The little fucker. Katsuki shook his head, dried his hands, and made his way back to the table. Instead of going back to his room, he sat in the same seat he ate dinner at and scrolled through his phone listening to Class 1A cheer and boo and laugh at Super Smash Bros. The game of Uno had finished and everyone was crowded around the couch watching the matches on the TV. They were playing in groups of 4, cycling through so everyone would get the chance to play. Katsuki glanced up at the game every once in a while, just to see if anyone was playing as his favorite character or to see who was winning. At one point he glanced up and Deku was looking at him. Deku nodded in a come over and join us way and Katsuki ignored him, going back to scrolling on his phone. At 8:30 Katsuki got up from the table and went back up to his dorm room without another word. He was asleep by 8. The next morning Katsuki was up, fed, and out the door before anyone else in the dorm woke up. Getting up at the butt crack of dawn was the only way to avoid a crowded kitchen that was too loud for his liking. Seriously, these people never shut up. How can you be at max volume at 6 a.m.? He arrived at the classroom, sat at his desk, folded his arms on it, and rested his forehead on his arms. Staring at the desk, he went over all of the information needed for today's Hero Laws test in his head. He had memorized his notes over the last couple of days. His classmates began filtering into the classroom. They all showed up for class together every day, chatting and giggling. The conversation seemed to be more serious today, since they were all preparing for the test as well. Katsuki tuned them out like usual. Deku sat in his seat behind Katsuki and said good morning. Katsuki grunted in response. Just because they were being cordial with each other didn't mean they had to speak every single time they saw each other. The nerd always had something to say. The class was uneventful, just Aizawa-sensei's monotone lecturing and then the test to finish off the lecture portion of the class. Katsuki was the first to finish, and he turned it in knowing that every single answer was correct. He got to the lunch hall early and ate lunch by himself. By the time the rest of Class 1A arrived at the lunch hall, he was putting his tray back and heading towards the combat training building. Kirishima attempted to talk to him, asking him to sit with the rest of their classmates, but Katsuki just shook his head and went straight to the next class. He changed into his hero costume in the locker room and walked out to Aizawa-sensei already waiting. Aizawa turned to face him. "You're here rather early, Bakugou." Aizawa-sensei said. "Yeah, well, I finished lunch early. Wanted to get a head start. What's the goal of the combat training today?" Katsuki adjusted his gauntlets as he spoke in an attempt to not make eye contact. Just in case his eyes showed anything he was trying to repress. "We'll be doing another round of one-on-ones, but you'll pick who you want to spar against. I want my sparring partner to be Deku." "I expected as much. I already put you two down to be matched today." Katsuki nodded. "I am here." The voice of All Might came from the front entrance of the training building. Katsuki turned to see the gaunt, gangly form of All Might jog in. "Oh good, I'm not late." "You're perfectly on time for once actually," Aizawa-sensei commented. Katsuki averted his eyes. From All Might's tiny body with a pang of guilt. All Might said that he would have to be in his true form permanently whether the kidnapping had happened or not, but Katsuki was the reason that it happened so soon and he couldn't help but dwell on it. And it happened on live television to make matters worse. "Ah, young Bakugou. How nice to see you. Are you doing well?" All Might reached Katsuki and Aizawa-sensei and gave Katsuki a smile. "I'm fine." Katsuki supplied with annoyance in his voice. Could everyone stop asking how he was doing? It sparked a feeling in his chest that he hated, and he felt like giving an answer was a struggle every time. "That's good to hear." All Might looked like was going to say more, much to the annoyance of Katsuki, when his classmates walked in from the locker room entrance. Everyone was chatting as usual, dressed in their hero costumes. Katsuki began stretching as Aizawa-sensei announced the rules for the matchups. "Midoriya, Bakugou got here first and already claimed you as his match for today. Everyone else, pick your match," Aizawa-sensei stated. Deku looked over at Katsuki with a shy smile and nodded at him with a determined look in his eye. He nodded back and looked away, continuing his stretching as All Might walked up to Deku. Maybe he should have chosen someone else to match with. Icy Hot would have been a good choice, since he's on the same level as him and Deku. The match with Deku will probably end the same as it did yesterday, but Katsuki had a hard time passing up any opportunity to show the nerd that he's beneath him. Of course Aizawa-sensei made him wait until all other matches were done before letting him go up against Deku. Katsuki walked into the training area, taking count of the jagged concrete pillars that Cementos had created for the training. Those wouldn't last long with him and Deku in the ring, but he could use them to his advantage. Deku stepped up across the area from him. Both of them slid into a fighting stance. "I don't like repeating myself, but since you two always need to hear it, don't try to kill each other please. I'd rather not have to face your families and tell them you were too immature to handle basic training," Aizawa-sensei said, monotone. They both nodded, not looking at Aizawa-sensei. "Begin." They both moved instantly. Deku's body glowed and sparked with one for all full cowling. Katsuki's hands popped with the anticipation of the fight, propelling him forward. He was on Deku in an instant. He went for Deku's left side first, knowing the idiot struggled to protect it. Deku grabbed Katsuki's hand as the explosion went off, surprising him. How had the nerd learned how to counter that in just 24 hours? He grunted as Deku kept hold on his hand and threw him back towards one of the cement pillars. Katsuki quickly flung his hands behind him and set them off, stopping himself from hitting the pillar. He was propelling himself back towards Deku instantly. Deku shot Black Whip out at him in an attempt to immobilize him, and Katsuki reacted instantly, moving his hands directly below him and shooting upwards. He flipped over him and grabbed him from behind. Deku wasted no time in dropping like a deadweight, surprising Katsuki again. "Don't piss me the F off, you dumb nerd." He kept his hold on Deku's costume, his hand glowing red as he readied to set it off. Deku spun, causing his costume to tear under Katsuki's grasp, and kicked Katsuki's feet from under him. Katsuki smirked as he fell, managing to land on his knees and raising his palm right up to Deku's face. "Die!" Katsuki yelled. "Don't try to kill each other." Aizawa-sensei used a megaphone this time to get his point across. Where did he get that? The split second of hesitation cost him dearly, as Deku was able to attach Black Whip to one of the cement pillars and yank himself away from Katsuki, who was still kneeling on the ground. "Damn it!" Katsuki seethed as he stood. Deku stood across the training area, on opposite sides as they started from. They were both panting as they slid into fighting stances once again. As he was about to make his move, he noticed a look in Deku's eyes. The determined look changed to uncertainty and confusion, which quickly turned to a bit of panic. Katsuki scanned him, keeping that determined, angry look on his own face. What was wrong? Was he hurt? Were Deku's feet coming off of the ground? Katsuki wasted no time after seeing the slight panic in Deku's eyes. He blasted himself forward and tackled Deku to the ground. He pinned his waist with his own, his legs on either side of him. He pinned Deku's hands on either side of his head, looking into his eyes to figure out what was going on. The part of Deku he wasn't pinning, his torso, started to come off the ground as well, making Katsuki lurch forward, his chest becoming flush with Deku's in order to keep him down. Face to face, chest to chest, he held him down. "What the F is happening, you din idiot?" Katsuki breathed. Their faces were so close Deku could feel Katsuki's breath on his face, and Deku's green curls were brushing against Katsuki's forehead. I don't know," was Deku's useless answer as his face turned red. "Bakugou wins. You can both get up now," Aizawa said from the other side of the area, once again using the annoying but megaphone. "You owe me for this, shitty even Deku," he said through gritted teeth, and then called over to Aizawa-sensei and All Might. "Can't get up. Hurt my leg on that tackle." "Wait, did you really kaken? Are you o dash? Shut the F up, you dumb nerd," he spat and then lowered his tone. "Obviously even not, but we need to stay like this until you stop goddamn floating for no reason. As if I would get hurt from a basic FING maneuver like that. You really think so low of me, you a-hole? And no, of course not kaken. Sorry." Deku shook his head. "Okay, good, now stop floating." "I'm trying to." Deku's body pressed harder against him, making Deku blush harder, and Katsuki grit his teeth. "I said stop floating. Not float more," he said through his clenched teeth, trying not to think about how everyone must think he's weak to injure himself like that. All Might reached them and kneeled down. "Are you all right, young Bakugou?" "I'm fine, All Might. Your effing protege is floating and I'm trying to keep him down." All Might cringed at the foul language but ignored it to look at Deku. "Floating? But that's my master's quirk. Float. Fitting name." Katsuki deadpanned, "But he needs to stop floating so I can get the hell off of him." He tried not to pay attention to the fact that their noses were basically touching at this point. Unwanted proximity to another person made his skin feel hot and prickly. "Young Midoriya. It's going to be just like Black Whip. You need to visualize the locking mechanism to stop it. We'll work on controlling it later." Deku nodded and closed his eyes to focus. Katsuki watched, his face inches from his. Deku's crotch pressing against Katsuki's butt. Deku's rhythmic breathing moved his chest against his unmoving one as he held his breath without realizing. Deku's body finally relaxed and stopped pressing against Katsuki's. He was up in an instant and moving away. "Thank you for doing that, young Bakugou. It would have raised a lot of questions," All Might said as he helped Deku up. "Yeah, whatever. You won't be able to hide it for much longer if he continues to unlock new quirks in front of the entire class." He rolled his eyes and began taking off his gauntlets. These two idiots were always so clueless. They needed to make a plan. Or just tell everyone the truth. He was getting tired of keeping their secret. Black Whip had already caused a stir of confusion among their peers. Adding another one right now would lead to outright questioning. "Yes, I know." All Might lowered his head for just a second before looking back at Deku. "We'll figure it out. How about you both come to my office once you're done with class?" They nodded and Katsuki began walking away while Deku continued to talk to All Might. He halted when he noticed he was actually limping. He had been so caught in the moment he didn't realize he had actually rolled his ankle in his rush to tackle Deku. That FING nerd. This was his fault. How did a simple tackle result in him actually limping? Sheet. He rolled his eyes and sighed. Whatever. It was just a rolled ankle. He limped back towards the locker room, avoiding everyone's eyes. Did they think he was weak? Did they think he couldn't handle the combat training? Were they whispering to each other that his weakness was the reason why he got kidnapped by the League? Well, they were FNG wrong if they were. He wasn't weak. Not in the slightest. His strength was his ability to handle pain and fight to his fullest potential no matter what. It was his ability to come out on top in every situation thrown at him. Aizawa-sensei opened his mouth as he walked by, but Katsuki spoke first. "It's just a rolled ankle. I'm good." He kept walking. Aizawa-sensei nodded and shrugged. "Happens to the best of us." That statement, no matter how small and trivial, had the embarrassment sitting in Katsuki's chest easing just a little. He arrived before Deku at All Might's office. Aizawa-sensei had held Deku back to talk to him about something. Seems like the teachers always had something to talk to him about. They always had encouraging words or advice to give him. And Deku accepted it all with a smile on his face, excited to learn something new. He had a smile on his face even when he lost the match. Even when being given constructive criticism. The teachers used to talk to Katsuki too. They tried to give him advice, encourage him, ask him questions. His explosive personality and desire to not be seen as weak had put those conversations to a stop pretty quickly. Aizawa-sensei and All Might still did their best to converse with him about his studies, but all of the other teachers had quickly given up. Not that Katsuki blamed them. He had gotten what he wanted, to be left alone. That's all he wanted. To be left alone. Alone. The door to All Might's office opened and Katsuki was dragged from his thoughts as he realized he had just been standing in front of the door with his hand raised to knock for who knows how long. He fixed his face into his usual grumpiness and looked up at All Might. "A young Bakugou, welcome. Perfect timing, come on in." All Might opened the door wider for him. Katsuki walked in, put his backpack next to the couch and sat, avoiding eye contact with the symbol of peace who he had forced into retirement. No, he hadn't done that. All Might said it wasn't his fault. But wasn't it? Maybe All Might was lying when he said it would have happened either way. Maybe he had been trying to spare Katsuki's feelings because he had seen the state that he had been in. He had seen Katsuki cry. Young Bakugou? All Might questioned and Katsuki realized he had been talking. He shook his head and forced his eyes to meet All Might's. I asked how you're doing. UFING asked me the same thing earlier. I'm fine. Katsuki gritted his teeth. He hated repeating himself just as much as he hated that stupid FING question. It seemed like that was the only thing he heard out of anyone's mouth lately. How are you? Are you doing okay? Obviously he was FING fine. Yes, sorry, you're right. All Might sat at his chair across from the couch with a small laugh. I heard you've been doing exceptionally well in all of your classes. I'm proud of you. He gave Katsuki a genuine smile. He had no idea what to say, so he chose to change the subject. People are going to be suspicious if Deku keeps showing up to class with new quirks. With this new one today? I don't think you'll be able to hide the truth much longer. Every time he adds a new one, the situation changes. I know. We have to think of the consequences though, if others were to know. It may put them at risk. The word may spread too far. And we'll have the League on our doorstep again. The idea of his power may also lead to more villains coming out of the woodworks in an attempt to take it from him. I know you're worried, young Bakugou. I care for young Midoriya as you do, and I'm trying to figure out the best plan of action to keep him and everyone else safe. Katsuki scoffed and mumbled, I don't care about him. All Might just looked at him with a small smile and understanding in his eyes. Katsuki immediately averted his gaze to look out the window. Luckily Deku chose that exact moment to arrive and walk in apologizing for being late. He explained that he was going over something with Aizawa-sensei. The conversation produced no new information. They would continue to keep the secret for now. If you hadn't been so demon weak you never would have gotten caught and caused all that trouble. He turned the shower to its maximum temperature. The scorching liquid ran down Katsuki's back as he held his head under the water. The conditioner had been washed out of his hair several minutes ago. He relished the pain of the water running down his body. The pain washed away the thoughts of the words his mother said to him in front of Aizawa-sensei and All Might. She was right, of course, but damn that old hag for saying some shit like that in front of his teacher and the hero he's always looked up to. Had she been trying to knock him down a peg? Trying to make them see him differently? That wasn't her goal. She was just being the nagging mother she always was. But why would she say that? Katsuki shook his head and sighed so harshly that it turned into a growl. The hot water wasn't enough to stop his brain from thinking. He wanted it to be quiet. He finished his nighttime routine, got into his pajamas, and fell onto his bed with a huff. Sleep was his own personal paradise. No thoughts, no questions, no expectations. As his eyes slid shut and his body relaxed, there was a knock on his door. Are you kidding me right now? He jumped up and swung the door open with such force it was a wonder how it didn't rip off of the hinges. Raccoon Eyes, of all people, was standing there with a worried look on her face. Bakugou, I need your help. Katsuki's body went rigid at the look of fear in her eyes. Was something happening? Was there an attack? No, she wouldn't call him Bakugou if this was serious. What the hell do you want? Katsuki tried to remind himself not to scream, but his eyes had just closed. Sleep had been so close. There's a spider in my room, Raccoon Eyes whined, bouncing from one foot to the other. Will you get it for me? Are you effing serious? You have effing acid quirk, you moron. He looked at her incredulously. I know I knew, but I don't want to get close to it and my accuracy isn't fantastic from distances yet, so I might end up melting something else by accident. Please, Bakugou. She gave her best puppy eyes. God damn it. Show me where it is. Katsuki angrily followed her to her room, hands fisted at his sides. These losers were useless. Couldn't even handle a spider in their room. Huh? That's a big spider. Where the hell could that have come from? Katsuki commented, looking at the spider from the doorway. He could see the fucker from all the way across the room as it slowly made its way up the wall. I know, right? She whined. He had grabbed a glass from the kitchen before heading to the room and swiped a piece of paper from Mina's notebook. He carefully placed the glass over the spider. It was almost too big to fit in the circle of the glass. What the hell? He slid the paper underneath it and properly disposed of the creature outside. Thank you, Bakugou. She cheered and basically jumped on Katsuki with a hug. He shoved her away, earning a laugh from her. Shut it. Figure your own shit out next time, Katsuki scolded her and began walking back upstairs to his room. Yeah, she said, dismissing his angry tone. You're the best. He answered with a scoff and turned the corner at the top of the stairs. Today's combat training is a little bit different. Aizawa-sensei began once everyone was in their hero costumes and paying attention. Katsuki scanned the training area. There were dummies scattered around the area, all in sitting or laying down positions. Your goal is to save all of the dummies before the 5-minute timer runs out. The dummies are civilians that have been caught in a villain attack. The 5-minute timer is a bomb timer. If you don't save everyone before the 5-minute timer is up, you fail. Everyone murmured to each other about the strict time limit for the amount of dummies on the field. Katsuki smirked at the challenge. He could easily carry 3 people at a time. 1 of each shoulder, 1 in his arms. Though there were a lot of dummies. Oh, and you'll be working as a class on this one. Aizawa added as he put the timer on the screen above the training area. Everyone sounded relieved at the idea of having teammates, but Katsuki grit his teeth in frustration. He didn't need any help to complete this training. They would just get in his way. Go! Aizawa said without any warning, starting the timer. Everyone startled and scrambled to begin. Katsuki was already on the field when they caught up. He grabbed 2 dummies and grunted as he placed them over his shoulders. They were FNG-weighted dummies. He picked up a 3rd and began taking them to the safe area. Here, Kaken, I can help. Deku ran up to him with his arms out to take the dummy he was carrying in his arms. Back the hell up, you dumb nerd, I can do it myself. Katsuki spat. But Kaken, I'm sure the people you're saving would be a lot more comfortable if they were carried with more care in mind. Deku said, still holding his hands out for the dummy. PSSOFF. As long as they get to the safe area, that's all that matters. I don't need help from anyone. Katsuki moved past him. Deku gave up with a sigh and jumped away to help his other classmates. He dropped the dummies off in the safe area and blasted back to the training area for more. So easy. Katsuki stared down at the all-might-shaped dummy. It was FING massive. Definitely life-sized and definitely an accurate 600 pounds. He kneeled down and tried to pick it up over his shoulders, grunting with the effort. How was he going to get it across the training area to the safe zone? He didn't want anyone coming over and insisting they help. He moved to the head of the dummy, curved his arms under its armpits, and began dragging it back to the safe zone. 30 seconds left as he neared the safe zone, panting and grunting. They just had to put this dummy out there, didn't they? Heavy as F for no good reason. He couldn't stop, the timer was about to run out, so he started pulling harder towards the end goal. His back even hurt from the way he had to drag it, and his breath was coming out in sharp bursts now. Kaken! He heard Deku's voice coming towards him and looked up. That was the entirety of Class 1A running in his direction. That's the last one. Oh my god, it's huge. Let us help. All of you piss off and let me do it. He was only a couple of feet from the safe zone. Everyone kept running towards him to help. 10 seconds. Straining his back, he put one last burst of energy into dragging the stupid thing over the finish line right as the timer went off. Hell yeah! Katsuki threw a fist into the air, sending a small pang of pain to his lower back. He didn't care. The rest of the class caught up right at the end and collectively released a sigh of relief. Hey, good job, Bakugou bro. Super manly of you and all that, but you could have had some of us help with that one. That looked heavy. Shitty Hair patted Katsuki's back. As if I'd need any of your guys' help, he scoffed. Right? Shitty Hair laughed. Well, good job, man. We passed. Katsuki nodded and looked over to Aizawa-sensei, who was walking over to them. Good job, everyone. You all passed the training, Aizawa-sensei said, followed by cheers from Katsuki's classmates. Except you, Bakugou. Everyone went silent. Katsuki turned to fully face Aizawa. What the F? Do you mean I didn't pass? I'm the one who just finished it out by dragging that stupidly large all-might dummy across the finish line. His voice got louder and louder. Part of the training was working together and accepting help from others when you need it. Which you didn't do, Bakugou. In fact, several of your classmates offered to help you throughout that entire training and you told all of them to PSS off. His teacher used air quotes with the words he'd used. Katsuki opened his mouth then closed it. He could feel the eyes of his classmates going back and forth between himself and Aizawa-sensei. You'll receive a 0, Aizawa finished and then turned to the rest of the class, who were being uncharacteristically quiet now. The rest of you did a great job. The lesson here is that asking for help, or accepting help when offered, can get the job done quicker and safer than if you do it alone. This is why heroes have sidekicks. If you have any questions, come ask me after you've all cleaned up from training. Otherwise, you're all dismissed. Katsuki stood there, glaring at Aizawa-sensei as the rest of the class started walking to their respective locker rooms. You didn't say that was the point of the training. I shouldn't have to. Helping others and receiving help from others is a part of being a hero. You can't do everything on your own, Bakugou. I can absolutely do everything on my dash. No, you can't. No one can do everything on their own. What about All Might? Aizawa-sensei sighed. All Might was trained by people, which is receiving help. He also trained other people, which is helping others. He was always in the spotlight and on TV, yes, but what you didn't see in the background of those rescues were the heroes helping. There were always other heroes who were either there before All Might and required his backup, or arrived after All Might and helped with clean up and rescue. Getting help from others does not make you weak. Unless you think All Might was weak? Aizawa-sensei pinned him with a questioning look, making Katsuki avert his gaze from his teacher. That's what I thought. At some point you're going to have to accept help from others without accusing yourself of being weak because of it. You are deserving of help. The pro heroes showed up that night to rescue you because heroes support other heroes. All Might showed up with other pros, right? Not just by himself. Anyone could have been taken by the league. It has no reflection on who you are as a person or as a hero. Katsuki snapped his eyes back to his teacher, rage boiling in his crimson gaze at the mention of his kidnapping. You're dismissed, Bakugou. Aizawa-sensei began walking towards the exit. My grade, Katsuki seethed through gritted teeth. You can make up the grade by writing a 3-page essay on the benefits of sidekicks, Aizawa tossed over his shoulder. Turn it in by the end of the week. The door closed behind his teacher before he could respond. Small pops came from his palms and he glared at the ground, attempting to take deep breaths before his quirk displayed the amount of anger coursing through him. Failure. He stood there glaring at the ground long enough for his classmates to finish changing and start heading out of the building. He had never asked for help from anyone before. Why would he start now? He didn't think All Might was weak. But what would others think if Katsuki started actually asking for help? That made him feel weak. Hey, Baku bro, Shitty Hair was standing next to him. When had he gotten there? He looked up at him but didn't say anything. We going to the gym today? I'm prepared to have you kick my butt again after taking the day off yesterday. No, we're not. What? Why not, man? We gotta keep training hard if we want to be pros, right? He punched the air a couple times for emphasis. I have somewhere to be today. We'll go tomorrow. Katsuki started walking towards the locker room. Hey man, you doing okay? You look a little upset, he said the last word hesitantly. I'm fine, would everyone stop asking that? Katsuki spat. We'll go to the gym tomorrow, Shitty Hair. Okay, he put his hands up in surrender. I'll see you back at the dorm then. Katsuki ignored him and walked into the locker room. He pulled his shirt over his head and closed the locker, revealing Todoroki standing behind it. Bakugou. Katsuki jumped back and held up a palm which began popping. Jesus Christ, icy hot, what the hell are you doing sneaking up like that? Katsuki put his hand down and gave Todoroki a what the actual look. I was here the entire time. You didn't notice me? Todoroki deadpanned. Obviously FING not. Jeez. What the hell do you want? I wanted to check on you. Because you're my friend. We're not friends, you idiot. Katsuki glared at him, and I'm fine. Why the hell does everyone keep wanting to check on me? You seem angrier than usual, and you look tired, and when you're not angry you're just quiet. Also Midoriya was talking about how he's worried about you but doesn't want to make you more angry by checking on you. Katsuki rolled his eyes so hard he almost saw his own FNG brain. I'm fine for F's sake. Deku can mind his own goddamn business. And so can you, icy hot. Okay, if you're sure. And we are friends. We hang out and talk often, so I think that counts. So if you need anything, we're all here for you. Todoroki turned around and walked out the door without another word and quickly enough that Katsuki couldn't yell at him anymore. If one more goddamn person comes up to him and asks him if he's okay, he might actually go clinically insane. Which wouldn't bode well for his future career as the #1 hero. I see hot BS TRD, he grumbled. Katsuki had gotten clearance from Principal Nizu to leave UA grounds and visit his parents for the evening. It was his mother's birthday after all, he should probably give her a gift. He got on the train and grabbed onto one of the handles. A man came rushing in just as the doors were closing and ran right into Katsuki. Hey, watch it! Katsuki barked. The man grabbed his arm and bowed his head, apologizing profusely. Yeah, whatever. Just watch where you're going, Katsuki growled and yanked his arm away from him. The man's dark blue eyes met Katsuki's as he bowed his head one more time before moving away and sitting down. Katsuki ignored his existence and turned the other way. Clumsy loser. Katsuki pulled the gift out of his backpack as he walked up to his house. As he settled the backpack back on his shoulders and stepped towards the walkway to his front door, a single footstep behind him had his body going rigid. He spun around to see who it was, but before he could, there was a cloth over his nose and mouth. He heard the loud popping of his quirk before everything went black. As Class 1A cleaned up the common room and kitchen after dinner, Izuku Midoriya couldn't help but notice that Kaken hadn't come back from his home visit yet. At least, that's where Izuku assumed he went. He wasn't necessarily close with Kaken's family. And he couldn't necessarily consider himself close with Kaken right now either. Though, their relationship was a lot better than when they first started at UA. It was a lot better than when Kaken told Izuku to swan dive off of a building. Either way, Izuku knew it was Kaken's mom's birthday. He had a calendar book specifically for people's birthdays. If he learned someone's birthday, he wrote it in there. Whether he actually spoke to or knew that person or not. He knew it made people happy to have their birthdays remembered, and he loved surprising people who thought he didn't know. Izuku continued to glance at the door, or out the window at the front steps. It was late, almost 8:30, which was the time Kaken always went to bed. Well, maybe he was just enjoying the time with his family, eating cake and chatting. He supposed Kaken would be willing to break his routine of going to bed early for his family. Though, he needed to be back by the 10 p.m. curfew. Then again, Kaken has never spoken very fondly of his family. So would he even be really enjoying himself over there enough to stay late? But also Kaken never really showed any kind of emotion for anyone. Izuku went back and forth about what made the most sense in his head. He knew for sure that Kaken cared about people. He just had no idea how to show it. He did pretty well with doing small actions for others. Like telling Izuku he needed to work on protecting his left flank, getting rid of the spider for Mina, cleaning the dishes for everyone, and taking the burnt pieces of food for himself even though he wasn't the one who burned it. He knew that everyone else saw it too, because if they didn't they would probably avoid Kaken altogether. His actions spoke volumes while they could use some work. But everyone seemed to shrug off his aggressive words because they could see that Kaken was actually a good guy. He was just too emotionally constipated to show it any other way. Most of their classmates actually considered Kaken's attitude endearing. "Deku, are you going to stay down here?" Uraraka called over to him from the bottom of the steps. "Oh yeah, I'm going to do something really quick and then head upstairs. You can leave the light on for now, thanks." "Okay. Good night, Deku." "Good night, Uraraka." Izuku gave her a smile, which she returned before heading upstairs. He waited in the common room until curfew. Maybe Kaken got clearance to spend the night over there. If he knew that Izuku had waited up for him, he would tell him to mind his own business and that he was being dramatic. He just had a weird feeling in the pit of his stomach. He had been doing his best to not be too overboard about their healing relationship. He didn't want Kaken to see how eager he was and distance himself again. He decided he was being a little too paranoid and turned off the lights, heading upstairs. He tried to remind himself that just because Kaken didn't necessarily hate him anymore, he needed to be careful about pushing him too far. Don't try to force friendship on him too quickly or he'll go right back to how they used to be. Don't let him know that he cared too much, lest their current relationship be ruined. Don't let him know that Izuku laid in bed looking at the ceiling overthinking about Kaken until his eyes eventually closed and he drifted off to sleep. In the morning, Izuku got ready for class and began walking down the hall towards the stairs. He stopped at Kaken's door, hesitating to knock. What if he had gotten home late and wanted to sleep in just a little? Unlikely. He knew Kaken would probably be annoyed beyond understanding if he knocked on his door at 7 a.m., but he just had to check. He just needed to ease his mind that he was fine. He was sure that Kakin was fine, but he just wanted to check. Just in case. He knocked and waited. "Kakin," he said gently. What could he say that would piss Kakin off less than saying he was worried? "I was wondering if you wanted to walk to class with me?" Right. Yeah, that was totally not weird and very nonchalant of him to ask. An embarrassed blush rose to his cheeks. No answer came from within the dorm room. He looked at the clock at the end of the hallway. He needed to get going if he didn't want to be late. Kakin always arrived to class way earlier than anyone else anyway, so checking his room was probably a big waste of time. He felt slightly relieved that Kakin didn't hear his awkward question and decided to just go to class. He was almost late, so the last stretch down the hallway was completed in a light jog. He turned the corner into the room, his eyes immediately settling on Kakin's desk. His empty desk. He wasn't there. Maybe he should have just looked inside his room. He hesitated in the doorway. Should he go back to the dorm and check? Kakin was never late to class. Ever. "Are you just going to stand there, or are you going to take your seat?" Aizawa-sensei's voice behind him made him jump. "Aizawa-sensei." "Yes, I'm sorry." Izuku moved into the room and sat at his desk. The space felt different without Kakin sitting in front of him. Aizawa-sensei stood behind his desk at the front of the room and looked over the class. His eyes landed on Kakin's empty seat. "Where is Bakugou? Has anyone heard from him?" Izuku looked to his classmates for an answer other than his own. Everyone shook their heads and looked at each other. His heart rate picked up. "He left campus last night to go see his parents," Kirishima spoke up. Aizawa-sensei's eyes narrowed. "He didn't come back?" Izuku was standing now, without realizing. "I can go check his room. Maybe he overslept." Aizawa-sensei nodded. "Midoriya and Kirishima, go see if he's in his room." They were both out the door in seconds. The tension had been high ever since Kakin's kidnapping and the fact that the League had been so quiet. With the absence of All Might to protect them, everyone was on edge about when the League would strike again. Panting from running the entire way, Kirishima and Izuku made it up the stairs to the room. Bakugou bro. You in there? Class started. Aizawa-sensei is going to be pissed if you don't show up. Kirishima said. No answer. Izuku's patience had run out, the quick beating of his heart forcing him to act instead of speak. He grabbed the doorknob and turned, expecting it to be locked like usual. It was unlocked. He swung the door open to reveal a dark, very clean room. With no Kakin inside. They looked at each other. Worry evident in both of their expressions. Where could he be? Kirishima asked. I don't know. If it was the League, then what could their motive be? They had already taken Kakin before and their plan didn't succeed. Kakin would never become a villain. Surely the League wasn't ridiculous enough to try the same stunt all over again? If it was the League, then they had to have a different plan. Izuku was the one they wanted. It was his quirk that they desired. Did they take him to try and get to Izuku? They knew that he cared for Kakin, after his reaction at the training camp when he was being dragged through the portal. As well as the fact that Izuku was one of the ones that showed up to save him as All Might faced All for One. It didn't make any sense. Because if it wasn't the League, then who was it and what did they want with him? Let's not jump to conclusions that involve villains, Kirishima said, seeing the look on Izuku's face. He might have just stayed at his parents' house, or maybe he's sick. Izuku nodded slowly, not convinced. You're right. Let's head back and let Aizawa-sensei know. He knew that Kirishima was being more rational than he was. But he couldn't remember the last time Kakin had ever been sick with anything more than a cold. And even then, Kakin had never missed class for being sick. He didn't mention that as they ran back to class. Well? Aizawa-sensei asked as Kirishima and Izuku entered the classroom panting. He wasn't there, sensei. Izuku breathed, worry etched into his features. Aizawa-sensei motioned at them to sit in their seats, an assignment sitting on their desks for them. I'll be right back. Work on the assignment while I'm gone. Behave yourselves, Aizawa-sensei said the last part with a glare before leaving the room, closing the door behind him. Izuku tried to do his work, but he couldn't stop glancing at Kakin's empty desk. What if something really had happened to him while he was off campus? What if the villains had been waiting for one of the students, any of the students, to leave the protection of the campus to attack them? Was he injured? Did he need help? Kakin would hate the fact that he worried he might need help, but he could not think that. He cared that Kakin was okay. He knew he could handle himself. But like Aizawa-sensei said, when he was eavesdropping on his conversation with Kakin yesterday, every hero needs help sometimes. Even All Might. Even Kakin. He stared at his paper, tapping his pen. Pissed, Midoriya. You're doing the muttering thing again, Kaminari whispered to him. Oh, sorry. Izuku gave him an apologetic smile. I'm sure he's fine. This is Bakugou we're talking about. Kaminari was doing his best to reassure him. He appreciated the effort, but unfortunately it wouldn't stop the thoughts racing through his head. He gave Kaminari a small smile and a nod. You're right. Thanks, Kaminari. He went back to staring at his paper, keeping the muttering to a minimum. Izuku's paper was half filled out when Aizawa stepped back into the room. The sound of the door made Izuku's head snap up, paying close attention to Aizawa-sensei's face. His face was indifferent as always, but his eyes met Izuku's for just a split second, which sent Izuku's worry through the roof. Aizawa-sensei didn't say anything about Kakin. He just went back to lecturing in his usual monotone voice. Izuku didn't hear a word he said. By the time Aizawa-sensei finished lecturing, Izuku's leg was bouncing so fast it could power a small home. You're dismissed for lunch. Combat training is cancelled today. The training area was damaged by Class 1B yesterday, so they're fixing it. Enjoy your free time after lunch. Most of the class was excited for the extra free time, but Izuku could see through the lie. It seemed Kirishima, Kaminari, and Todoroki felt the same. Izuku went straight to Aizawa-sensei's desk as the rest of the class filtered out of the room. Midoriya, Aizawa-sensei sighed. Let it go, we're working on it. What did you find out? Aizawa-sensei's eyes slid over to the classroom door where Kaminari, Kirishima, and Todoroki lingered outside. His glare was enough to get his friends to disperse from the doorway. Izuku knew they were staying nearby though. He looked back at his teacher. Listen, Izuku. The pros and the school staff will handle this. What's going on? Aizawa-sensei sighed heavily, knowing he wasn't going to get Izuku to go away without answering him. I contacted Bakugou's parents. They said he never arrived at their house yesterday. Izuku's heart slammed in his chest. Where was Kakin? Before he could say anything, Aizawa-sensei continued. They said they found a gift on the ground at the end of the walkway to their house, but couldn't find him. We've already set up a search for him, so don't go doing anything stupid. We're putting you guys on lockdown. You're not allowed to leave campus. Izuku clenched his fists at his side. Let me go after him. No. Aizawa-sensei dash. No, Midoriya. We're not sending a student out on a search mission. We have pros for things like this. You only have a provisional license anyway. If you were to face a villain, you couldn't fight them using your quirk without supervision from a pro. The answer is no. Go eat lunch with your classmates. Let us handle this. Izuku averted his gaze to the door, flexing his hands and then balling them into fists again. I understand. Izuku walked out the door with his head down. Kaminari, Kirishima, and Todoroki looked at Izuku as he left the classroom and fell into step around him. What's going on, Midoriya? Todoroki asked. Kakin is missing. His three classmates exchanged a look. He was supposed to go to his parents' house for his mom's birthday and he never arrived. They found the gift he was bringing outside on the ground. Someone took him. We have to find him. Can we go after him? Kirishima looked at his classmates with determination in his eyes. Aizawa-sensei said they're putting the UA campus on lockdown until he's returned safely. He said to leave it to the pros, Izuku said as they turned the corner to the lunch hall. Well, what do we do? If they're putting us on lockdown, there's no way we'll be able to sneak off campus, Kaminari chimed in. I know. But I think they know better at this point that they're not going to be able to stop us from helping. I think we can convince them to let us help look in the perimeter of UA. Once we convince them to let us do that, they won't be able to stop me from going after him, Izuku said, determined to find Kakin before something terrible happened to him. That's dangerous, Midoriya. You could end up being taken too. Todoroki commented. I don't care. Katsuki couldn't get his FANG eyelids to obey him. Open, goddammit. Someone was groaning near him. He evened his breathing out and relaxed his body, taking note of what senses he could use. He could hear, he heard the groaning and the steady drip of water nearby. Otherwise it was quiet. He was in a sitting position, in a chair. He could feel that his hands were bound behind the chair and each of his legs were bound to the legs of the chair. He could feel rumbling in his chest. Wait, no, he was making noise. The groaning was him. He shut himself up as he assessed what else he was feeling. His wrists and ankles hurt from the ropes obviously, but his head was killing him too. There were a couple of spots on his body that were stinging, like he had been cut. He moved his hands slowly and realized that not only were they tied behind him, they were submerged in a bucket of water. Whoever had grabbed him knew who he was, and knew his quirk. He did his best to keep his breathing even. Was it the League again? He had gotten FANG taken again. Rage surged through his body. Rage at himself, at whoever kidnapped him. How could someone sneak up on him? He never let his guard down, especially being outside of UA. There was no way. He had to get out before he doomed another pro hero's career. Or his own. He slowly opened an eye and glanced around the room. He was alone. He raised his head and opened both of his eyes. He was at the back of a small room, the metal door directly across from him. His backpack was next to the door and the rest of the room was empty. His hero costume was in his backpack, minus his gauntlets which were back at UA, but something was better than nothing. He looked down at his body and the chair. Of course the chair was made of FANG metal. He couldn't just break it. He had small scrapes and cuts all over his body, like he had been dragged. His muscles ached, probably from being dragged and whatever drag they had used to incapacitate him. His legs were tied all the way up to his knees, he couldn't move them at all. He shrugged his shoulders as high as he could manage, seeing if he could get his hands out of the water. He was able to get the bottom half of his hands out of the water. That was all he needed. His hand began to heat up, he concentrated on keeping the popping to a minimum. He had mastered his quirk at a very young age, so precision came naturally to him. Right as he was about to burn through the rope binding his hands, footsteps sounded outside of the door. Katsuki froze. He relaxed his body again, relaxed his eyelids so they would droop. There's no guarantee that whoever took him wouldn't drag him again once he saw that he was awake. He had to act drugged. The door opened and in walked a man. He was tall and thin. Katsuki could overpower him easily. He had black hair tied back into a bun at the base of his neck. His eyes were dark blue. Holy shit, it's the guy that bumped into him on the train to his house. How long had he been following Katsuki without him noticing? He had been so in his head lately he hadn't noticed people standing right next to him. He cursed himself for his lack of awareness. He had always been alert, oriented, aware of his surroundings. You would think after being taken by the League he would be even more aware, but his brain refused to shut the hell up and he had let his guard down. What FING failure on his part. He looked up at the man, letting his eyes droop. You're awake. The man smiled at Katsuki with excitement in his eyes. He was acting much differently than he did on the train. On the train he seemed shy, pathetic, and clumsy. This man was confident and excitable. Katsuki knew he needed to plan his moves carefully. You can drop the act like you're still drugged. Your eyes are sharp, you're tracking my every move. And I'm not an idiot, I know the drags should have worn off by now. The man stepped right up to Katsuki, bending down to his eye level. Katsuki opened his eyes and straightened his body, glaring at the man. Who the hell are you and what the F do you want? There he is. Katsuki Bakugou. What was it you wanted to call yourself? King Explosion Murder God. Something like that? The man laughed. You are amazing to watch, you know that? You're confident, strong, and your quirk is awesome. I wish I could be like you. The man had looked off to the side as if daydreaming. Katsuki watched him but didn't give him a response. The man continued. But I'm weak, can't gain muscle no matter how hard I try. And I was born with a quirk that has its uses but it's not enough. Nothing like your explosions. Your quirk is just so awesome. I could kick but just like you if I had it. What's your FNG point? The longer this guy monologued about his evil plan, the angrier Katsuki got. Yes, sorry. I know you're not a very patient person, but you're totally ruining my big moment by rushing me. I've been following you for months, ever since your escape from the League of Villains. It was pretty easy to get a job at UA, he chuckled, and Katsuki tensed at the information. He racked his brain for the man's face. He had been around him for months, but Katsuki couldn't recall seeing him before the train incident. Hey! The man's tone became angry. Eyes on me. Katsuki snapped his attention to the man, not realizing he had looked away. The man smiled when he got Katsuki's attention. It was an unsettling smile, like the man took offense to Katsuki not looking at him. Like he could cry if he felt ignored. Seems the man wasn't quite right in the head. Obviously he was fed up, being a villain and all, but something in his mannerisms gave Katsuki the creeps. There you are. Pay attention. I'm saying important things right now. The man's voice wavered as if he was trying his best to keep his emotions in check. I'm just so happy you're here. I thought you would never leave that goddamn campus. Oh, where are my manners? My name is Natsuki Mori. Our first names are similar, aren't they? Mori said with a smile that spread across his face. I picked it specifically for that reason. I'm your biggest fan, Katsuki Bakugou. Oh, and since you asked, I brought you here so that I could take your quirk with the help of the League and All for One. They said I would be a valuable asset to their team, especially once I get my hands on your quirk. Mori was jumping between topics like a madman, but Katsuki's heart started beating so hard at the mention of the League that he thought it might burst through his chest. Mori was working with the League, with All for One. The situation just got infinitely more dangerous, considering the League may also be in this, whatever this place was. A stronghold? Some kind of base? Katsuki wasn't dumb enough to think he could take the entire League on by himself. If the entire League was here, Katsuki hated to admit it and annoyance tightened his chest as he did, but he needed backup. Is the League here with you, Mori? Please call me Natsuki. Mori stood to his full height in front of Katsuki and patted his head, which made Katsuki jerk back. Rage suddenly burned in Mori's eyes. Don't be rude. Then his demeanor changed again. See, I even got your anger down. He smiled again. Katsuki glared at the man, who seemed to be figuring out what he wanted to say next. He had been taken by some crazy motherfucker who was obsessed with him. Just because he was so caught up in his own head that he didn't notice someone following him for months. Anyway, Mori said with that creepy as if smile on his face, I'm just waiting on All for One to come take your quirk and give it to me. Your quirk is just one of a kind and super useful for combat. No one else in the world has a quirk like you. All for One has been so kind to give me a couple of extra quirks just to keep you at bay, since you're so, well. Explode why? Mori laughed at his lame but joke while Katsuki looked at him with a set-off look on his face. But if you want to try to escape, it would give me the opportunity to try some of them out, which could be fun. You didn't answer my question more, Natsuki. Katsuki gritted out, ignoring most of the man's blabbering. Oh, the League? No, they aren't here right now. They have bigger fish to fry apparently. Just me and you, Mori winked at Katsuki, sending a shiver down his spine. Katsuki was so out of here as soon as this FNG loser left him alone. I'm sure you're hungry. You've been here for 2 days now and it took several days just to get you here. I had to keep you knocked out while I got my new quirks. It was quite the adjustment. Okay, multiple things did not add up here. All for One was in prison, recently defeated by All Might. So how the hell did he give this dude quirks? And how was he communicating with him? Katsuki didn't know how long it had taken to get here, wherever here was, but if it had been 2 days since then, which means he's had his new quirks for 2 days. He's had no time to learn them, let alone use them. Mori looked like he was about to start walking out to get food for Katsuki, but Katsuki stopped him. Oi, a-hole. Mori turned back towards Katsuki with an unreadable look on his face. Your little story has some plot holes in it. All for One is in jail. You're so cute when you cuss at me. Katsuki's frown deepened and Mori's smile widened, if that was even possible. It looked like the dude's face could split in half with how hard he was smiling. You think a villain like All for One can be stopped by prison walls? I know you, Katsuki, you're not that naive. Anger settled in his chest and spread through his body at the use of his first name by this a-hole and Mori assuming he actually knew anything about him. Don't act like you FNG know me, loser. You're insane if you think I'm going to cooperate with you. Oh, I didn't plan on you cooperating. Mori lost his smile, looking innocent. That wouldn't be like you at all. I want the real Katsuki Bakugou. Let me go get you food. Mori seemed to remember what he was doing instead of finishing whatever the F he was about to say and walked out, closing and locking the door behind him. I'll FING show you the real Katsuki Bakugou, you demon maniac, Katsuki grumbled. As soon as he heard the footsteps walk away, he shrugged his shoulders up again, getting the bottom of his hands out of the water. At this point in his life, he could basically force his hands to sweat. He focused on keeping the popping to a minimum like earlier, heating his hands up and aiming the small pops at the rope. His hands were free in less than 15 seconds. He bent forward and did the same thing to the ropes around his legs. Small, precise explosions. Mori was right about one thing, his quirk is FING awesome. Hopefully that crazy loser was taking his time with the food. Katsuki ran to his backpack but hesitated to pick it up. Surely this dude wasn't that FNG dumb to leave his belongings with him? Or maybe his delusions about Katsuki led him to believe Katsuki would play along. Whatever the case, he knew he needed to move quickly, before Mori came back. He unzipped his backpack and looked inside. It looks like everything was where it should be. He put his ear to the door to listen for footsteps and heard nothing. He was in his hero costume in 25 seconds flat. Practicing that for emergency situations had actually come in handy. Having his hero costume would free up his mobility to fight this guy off. He flexed his hands in his gloves and smirked. His provisional license was slightly sticking out of his wallet and he hesitated again. He technically wasn't allowed to use his quirk against villains without supervision from a pro. Would his future as a hero be at risk if he fought this guy? No, this was an emergency situation and he couldn't wait for the pros to show up. He would ask for forgiveness later. He dug to the bottom of his bag and pulled out a walkie-talkie he had been given by the UA guards when he had left for his parents' house and turned it on. This is Katsuki Bakugou. Can anyone hear me? Katsuki waited for an answer but got nothing but static. And his phone was dead. FING great. He figured the radio might not work, since he was probably underground, but he had to try. He left the walkie-talkie on just in case someone was able to get through and threw it back into the bag, slinging it over his shoulders. He took a deep breath as he faced the door. A smile spread across his face at the prospect of blowing that guy's FNG face off. He lifted his hand and blasted the door off the hinges and ran. He ran down a hallway. There were no doorways on either side, so he kept running. How long was this goddamn hallway? He propelled himself forward with his quirk until he saw daylight at the end of the hall. That was easy. Except it wasn't daylight, it was the bright but lights of a kitchen. Katsuki didn't even blink. 1 second he was running toward the kitchen, and the next Mori was in front of him with his hand out. Katsuki's face ran right into his hand. Mori swung Katsuki by his face into the wall. Katsuki grunted as pain shot through his head. BSTD, Katsuki gritted out. How had he moved like that? How had Katsuki not noticed his presence? That's so sweet of you to say. Mori smirked and pressed Katsuki's head into the wall harder. I knew you would escape quickly, but Dean, that's some kind of record for sure. And though this is really fun, I do actually need you to stay here. That's not gonna happen. Katsuki brought his knee up, right into Mori's ball, causing him to yell and stumble back, letting go of Katsuki's head. Katsuki brought his fist around into Mori's pained face, making the man crumple to the ground. Stay the F down. Katsuki felt the back of his head, no blood. He checked that Mori was properly knocked out before moving towards the kitchen again. Mori said it took several days to get here, so if Katsuki was going to have to escape on foot, he would need food. Did this dude live here? Why did a secret villain lair that was most likely underground have a full FING kitchen? He stuffed as many food items into his bag as possible, leaving behind the clothes he had been captured in to make more room. He checked the walkie-talkie, still no connection. You know, Katsuki stiffened at Mori's voice being directly behind him. There was no FING way. He had knocked him out cold. I knew this would be fun, to see you in action and everything. And trust me, it's been, gosh, totally amazing. Katsuki turned to face him, dropping the backpack on the ground. But the nut shot? That was low, Katsuki. I mean, totally not a surprising move coming from you. But demon, that if you hurt. Katsuki eyes locked with Mori's and he couldn't FNG move. He struggled against whatever was stopping him, but his limbs wouldn't obey him. Oh shit, that's so cool. You actually can't move? See, All for One really has access to the coolest quirks. You look into my eyes and you can't move anymore for a minute. That's amazing. Imagine what I could do with this and your quirk, Katsuki. Mori smiled. A small pop came from Katsuki's left hand, making Mori jump and look down at it. As soon as the eye contact was broken, Katsuki could move and he wasted no time. Effing die. Consequences be damned, Katsuki was using his goddamn quirk. He slammed his palm onto Mori's face and set it off. Mori screamed and staggered backwards, son of a beach that hurts. Bakugou grabbed his backpack and slung it over his shoulders again with a smile on his face. This dude was weak as F and didn't even know how to use his quirks. Clearly that wasn't Mori's original quirk. And it was rendered useless now that Katsuki knew not to look into his eyes. He scanned the kitchen as Mori lay on the floor holding his F-ed up face. Katsuki didn't have time to think if he permanently damaged the guy. He saw a different hallway at the back of the kitchen and sprinted down it. Why were there no other hallways? No other way to go but straight? There's no way the layout of this place was the room where he was held, a long but hallway, a kitchen, and then another long but hallway. As he ran, he noticed his footsteps echoed off to the left and he halted. He put his hand on the wall and it phased right through. Are you effing serious? Katsuki growled, illusions? He ran down the hallway, careful to listen for echoes. Katsuki, Mori's voice came from the right of him and he spun with his palm out. Mori jumped through one of the fake walls and tackled Katsuki to the ground. They both grunted and Katsuki swung his leg over Mori, forcing them to roll. Katsuki landed on top, pinning him down. Before he could pin Mori's arms, his hands were enveloping Katsuki's head with his thumbs on his temples. Katsuki tried to JRK away, but Mori's grip was stronger than expected and Katsuki's head began to feel like cotton. I bet you're wondering why you can never detect me, Mori smirked as Katsuki's eyes became unfocused. That's my quirk. Never noticed me before, huh? Except on the train, and well, that was on purpose. I can completely hide my presence from others. Meaning no matter how alert you are, you'll never see me coming. Katsuki, I'm having so much fun with this. Mori seemed to be becoming more manic. Katsuki fought through the brain fog and rolled off of Mori in order to get away from his hands. They both stood, facing each other. Katsuki slid into his fighting stance and for just a moment he wished he was facing Deku during combat training instead of this sheet. He wished he was back at you. I'll FNG kill you, Katsuki spat. Gasp. Katsuki, Mori sounded disapproving. That's not very hero-like of you. His tone turned mocking. Katsuki's head still felt a little off, but it was clearing up. Whatever he was trying to do, whatever quirk he was attempting to use, he had failed. Would you shut up already, you DMN loser? Katsuki moved first with a wicked smirk on his face. Mori's smile was one of pure glee as he readied himself. His backpack was limiting his mobility, but he couldn't afford to drop it. He dropped to his knees and slid, catching Mori by surprise. Katsuki slammed his palm to Mori's stomach and set off a blast. Mori grunted but recovered quickly, grabbing Katsuki's hand and pulling him towards him. Katsuki dropped like a dead weight and slid between Mori's legs, pulling with all of his strength. Mori yelped as he was pulled forward, his face going straight to the ground. He let go of Katsuki's hand in order to catch himself. Katsuki spun, still kneeling, and as he pushed himself into a standing position behind Mori, he set off 2 blasts next to the man's ears. That should take out one of his senses for a little bit. F-. Mori gasped and then laughed. You are one hell of a fighter, Katsuki. It's amazing. He continued laughing. FING weirdo. Katsuki placed his foot on Mori's back and pushed him down. He hit the ground with a grunt and Katsuki didn't bother saying anything since he was sure the man's ears were still ringing. He needed something to bind his hands and legs. He kept his weight on Mori as he opened his backpack again. He shuffled through the food he took until he found the extra pair of socks he had for after-combat training. It wouldn't hold him for long, but if he could knock him out and bind him as tightly as possible, it would buy him enough time to get out. So he did just that. He bound him as tightly as he could manage with the socks. Mori's hand snapped out and grabbed Katsuki's wrist, startling him. "You won't get far," Mori whispered to him. Katsuki glared at him and knocked him out with a precise hit to the head. Mori's head lolled to the side and he finished tying him up. His goal was to get out of this place and get back to UA. If Mori decided to come after him, he would deal with it, but he wasn't about to haul him all the way back and waste his energy on saving a villain. Surprisingly, the illusions were still up even though Mori was out cold, and it took Katsuki a decent amount of time to actually find the exit. The walls of the hallways eventually turned into jagged rocks and he could actually see sunlight at the end. What an annoying FANG labyrinth he had just walked through. He shielded his eyes as he stepped out into the sun, blinking as he took in his surroundings. "Oh, sheet," was all Katsuki could say as his jaw dropped and eyes widened. Sand dunes as far as the eye could see. The hot sun beating down on him, not a cloud in the sky. Just sand. He gritted his teeth. "Are you serious? Where the F am I?" He spun around. He had come out of a cave. In the middle of the effing desert? Japan didn't even have a desert like this. Where the actual F was he? "You did not take me to a different country. I swear to God I'm going to roast you over a fire if I ever see your stupid goddamn face again. God damn it. You effing crazy bisuri." Katsuki yelled at the top of his lungs towards the cave entrance, even though he knew the son of a beach wasn't conscious to hear him. It hadn't even felt FANG hot down there. Did that a-hole somehow install AC inside of a cave system? Why was there even a cave in a desert? Katsuki tried to think back to his geography class to figure out possible places he could be. There were too many. He could be in Ifindi, California for all he knew. He yanked the walkie-talkie out of the backpack. "This is Katsuki Bakugou. Does anyone copy?" Static. Cussing up a storm, Katsuki began moving without even knowing if he was going in the right direction. Katsuki decided to follow the setting sun, figuring it would get him somewhere closer to Japan than just going northward. Pretty soon it was pitch black. The only source of light, if you could even really call it that, were the stars. Because apparently tonight just had to be a new moon. So incredibly FING helpful. He was drenched in sweat and his anger that he had failed to suppress had small pops going on around him all day. He used his quirk to exhaustion, propelling himself forward as fast as he could for as long as he could. Nothing changed. Just more sand and more sun. The nights didn't even cool off. After several days, he was sweating and panting and could barely pick his feet up through the sand anymore. His muscles were screaming at the effort of wafting through sand all day, his mouth dry. He had already drunk through 2 of the water bottles he took, leaving him with 1 more until he was out completely. He tried the walkie-talkie every couple of hours with no success. At some point he collapsed in the sand, rolling over to his back and staring at the stars. He was strong, he was smart, and he was the top of his class. This was nothing. He could keep going. No matter what. He had to get back. He had to tell the pros that All for One in the league were still making moves, and that All for One being in prison apparently meant nothing in regard to communication and even giving people quirks to do his dirty work. Why was the league so obsessed with Katsuki? He's not even the one with One for All, Deku. So why the hell did Katsuki need to be kidnapped FANG twice by these DMN losers? And why was Katsuki FANG weak enough to get captured twice? He scoffed at himself. Pops going off around him as his anger boiled under his skin. FING worthless. ANG weak, just like his mom had said. He knew everyone was probably talking about how pathetic and useless he was to be captured again. Having to face them was almost not worth going back. He deserved to be laughed at for his carelessness. He had been trying so hard to improve, putting his all into becoming stronger and smarter so that he could protect others. Now, once again, he was the one who was in danger. He supposed he was glad it wasn't one of his classmates. He was glad it was him and not Deku out here. He wouldn't wish this kind of hell on any of them. They didn't know that, of course, because no matter how hard Katsuki tried to change his tone, he just couldn't help the rage-coated words that left his mouth. He had probably heard his classmates more times than not during any of their conversations. He appreciated Kirishima a lot in regard to that though, because Kirishima knew that Katsuki was trying to be better and he never got offended by the shit that he said. He usually just laughed about it, not at him, and bantered back with Katsuki. And Deku. Deku cried about everything and took offense to most things. Well, he's still a crybaby, but Katsuki had noticed improvement with Deku. Like when he yelled about something, Deku had been smiling about it lately. It was a small, pathetic, almost sad smile, but it was better than him being seriously offended and crying about it like he did before. Katsuki was just messing with him most of the time. Because whether he liked it or not, Katsuki had kind of started enjoying being around the loser. Their relationship had taken a turn after their fight. Luckily, it turned in a positive way, since they probably would have had to be put in separate classes had it gotten worse. He took a deep breath and thought back to what the school counselor had said to him. Absolutely no one knew Katsuki had ever sought help with his overabundance of thoughts, and no one ever would. He had only ever gone once, just for some advice. The thoughts of his classmates laughing at him or thinking he was weak weren't true. It was just his mind freaking out over something he couldn't control. They were probably searching for him right now. Everything would be fine, but he had to keep going. Mori was definitely awake by now and probably coming after him. Katsuki didn't know if he had a quirk that helped him travel quickly like Katsuki could, so he needed to keep moving just in case. He grunted with the effort of getting up and winced at the soreness of his muscles. He pulled out one of the granola bars he took and began eating it. It was some North American brand. Maybe he really was in the US. That would really FINGSCK. Katsuki no longer had a sense of time. The hot sun was directly above him, assaulting his senses. His head throbbed and he smacked his dry mouth trying to get some saliva going. Anything he could use to cool off, he didn't care at this point. He was dragging through the sand and there was no end in sight. He swayed back and forth with each step and couldn't form thoughts anymore. He fell to his hands and knees for what felt like the millionth time and retched, throwing up bile onto the sand. He would not die to heat and sand. That would be the stupidest way to go out. His shame would follow him into the afterlife. There's no way he was really in this situation. He wasn't even sweating anymore. He knew what that meant, but he refused to acknowledge it. He downed the last bit of water from the final bottle and sat there, staring out at the endless sand dunes. Katsuki. He lifted his head with the strength he could muster and looked at his surroundings. It all looked the same. Maybe he had imagined that. Katsuki. His senses went on high alert as he recognized the voice to be Mori's. No way. There's absolutely no way he caught up. Katsuki stood, sliding into his fighting stance on instinct. He was so weak, so tired. But he would defend himself to his last breath if he had to. Katsuki, it looks like you're not doing well. Katsuki spun around, swaying slightly as his eyes landed on Mori. Other than his burnt face from Katsuki's blast yesterday, or was it several days ago now, the man looked unharmed and not tired in the slightest. Katsuki was at a major disadvantage. Look at you, ready to fight and everything. I gotta say you really are so cool. But you're starting to piss me off. Chasing you was fun at first, but now I'm just tired. So why don't you just come back with me? Katsuki panted. I don't like that answer. How about a little incentive to come back to me? Mori, the BSTRD that he was, held up a large water bottle. And it looked cold. If Katsuki's body could produce anything other than bile from his stomach, he would be drooling at the sight of that water. He glared at Mori with all of the wrath he could muster. He had used his quirk to exhaustion a long time ago, but a new wave of adrenaline had his palms popping. He only had enough sweat on his palms to fire off 1 or 2 good shots, and he didn't have time to waste on making this fight long. 2 shots. That's all he needed. He slammed his palms down, pointed them behind him and blasted himself straight at Mori, who seemed shocked that Katsuki had any use of his quirk at this point. As he got close enough, Katsuki slapped his hands together and aimed. AP shot. A single condensed shot flew straight through Mori's abdomen, piercing his liver, if Katsuki was remembering his anatomy class correctly. Mori fell, gasping, eyes wide. Katsuki snatched the water bottle from his hands and relished in the feel of the cool water entering his body. Kaken. Okay, now he might actually be going crazy because he could have sworn he just heard. Kaken. Katsuki turned back towards the way he had been walking and his jaw dropped. Oh my effing god. Deku? Katsuki rubbed at his eyes in disbelief. In the distance he could see him, in his hero costume, sprinting towards Katsuki at full speed. And Katsuki had never been happier in his entire life to see the DMN nerd. Deku slammed into Katsuki, earning a grunt from him. Usually Katsuki would push him away, but he supposed no one was around to see it and, well, maybe he could use a hug right now. Katsuki stumbled back with the impact and let the loser wrap his arms around his body. It had been so long since Katsuki got a hug from anyone. All Might had given him a half-butted hug after his fight with Deku, but it hadn't really counted. His mom wasn't really an affectionate person, and his dad took one look at his grumpy composure and gave up. Deku enveloped him in his arms, and it made Katsuki feel a sense of relief. He usually hated physical contact, especially since he currently felt disgusting after being in the desert for several days. This time, though, he didn't immediately have the urge to pull away. He would let himself enjoy it for just a second. Kaken, I thought you might be dead. Deku was crying into Katsuki's shoulder. He didn't even have the energy to berate him for being a crybaby or to give AF about Deku's snotting up his hero costume. I'm fine, Katsuki sighed. He pushed Deku away when the contact became too much. Deku wiped his eyes and Katsuki turned back to Mori, who was now laughing while holding his bleeding abdomen. Crazy motherfucker. Oh Katsuki, I'm having so much fun. This is better than I ever imagined. Mori winced and he laughed harder. This is all so exciting, I can't wait to see how it plays out. There's nothing to play out, you dumb moron. You can't even move right now. Katsuki turned back to Deku. Did you bring any pros with you? Look at you, talking to yourself now. Mori continued laughing. Katsuki grit his teeth and turned back to Mori. I'm not talking to myself, you be. I'm not clinically insane like you are. Mori lifted his head, smiling. When he saw Deku, his smile was wiped from his face. Katsuki found that to be very satisfying. Oh, right, was all Mori said before letting his head fall. Back in the sand. Katsuki turned back to Deku. Well? Did you bring anyone or not? His words came out harsh, his patience fading fast. Oh, as well. Deku avoided eye contact. I didn't. Katsuki seethed. Did you bring anything? But I can explain. You effing idiot. Katsuki grabbed the FNG moron by the front of his hero costume and pulled him in. Their faces close. Does anyone know where we are? They'll find us. I told them which direction I was going, but you see I kind of came here without permission, so I didn't have the time to do anything other than just move. Katsuki seethed. So now they were both stranded in the middle of FNG nowhere, because that's apparently better than Katsuki figuring it out by himself? With no water and barely enough food for just one person, let alone two. Katsuki pushed Deku back and he lost his footing in the sand, landing on his butt. A pang of guilt rang through him at the sight of it. His thoughts were dragged back to when they were brats, pushing him to the ground, calling him a quirkless loser, beating him up, telling him to swan dive off of a building. Katsuki looked away from Deku and took a deep breath. The adrenaline from the fight was starting to wear off now and the exhaustion seeped back into his body. He vaguely noticed Mori laughing again, saying some shit about his plan going exactly how he wanted as Katsuki's knees gave out. He refused to collapse in front of the enemy, forcing his left foot out to catch himself. Kaken! Deku jumped up and put his arms up to catch him. When Katsuki caught himself, Deku kept his arms up but didn't intervene. I'm fine, Katsuki gritted out. We need to keep moving. He started moving forward, the same way he had been going, the same way Deku came from. But what about him? Deku pointed at Mori. What about him? We're not dragging his dumb ass across the desert. He held me captive and has been on my butt for days now trying to take my quirk. He can stay here for all I care. Plus he seems to recover quickly from his injuries, so he probably got some healing quirk from All for One. Katsuki kept moving and Deku hesitated. We can't just leave him bleeding out. Wait, did you just say All for One? Katsuki scoffed. Yes, I'll explain on the way, but if you don't start moving with me then I'm leaving your dumbass here. Wait. Kaken. So many things aren't adding up. Katsuki rolled his eyes so hard it made his head throb as he spun to face Deku again. What could possibly be so hard to understand? Katsuki panted, the heat of the sun draining his energy faster and faster. He could feel the sand in his goddamn boots, in his gloves, in every place that a person wouldn't want sand to be. You can explain the All for One stuff on the way, that's fine. But what do you mean desert? Katsuki froze, staring at Deku. Deku, I knew you were an idiot, but I know for a fact you aren't that stupid. Deku looked offended, a frown twisting his face, which quickly changed to a look of concern. Kaken, maybe you need to rest a little? Don't offend you tell me what to do you DMN nerd, Katsuki spat. If you wouldn't call this a desert, then what the F would you call it? Deku looked around, confusion and concern on his face. A forest? A mountain range? Katsuki stared at Deku, small pops sounding from his palms. This FANG smartass thought he was so goddamn funny. Was he making fun of him? Did he think he was some kind of idiot or that he'd lost his DMN mind out here? I'll kill you Deku, I swear to God if you're making fun of me, Katsuki seethed and took a step toward him. Deku put his hands up in surrender. And no Kaken, I'm not making fun of you. I'm just confused, I swear. It was at this moment that Mori's pained laughter in the background of their conversation entered Katsuki's awareness and he turned back toward the maniac. Katsuki, this is so much fun. Who knew there were quirks like this in the world? All for One is so cool. Oh, but not cooler than you. No, you're still the coolest in my book. Katsuki stomped over to Mori, who was laying in the sand slowly bleeding out. A new rush of adrenaline keeping him on his feet. What FING games are you playing? Mori waved a hand towards the sky and said, Good luck, Katsuki. I can't wait to find you again. Katsuki could no longer feel the sand in his boots, gloves, or any other place. The temperature went from blazing to freezing so fast that he gasped and stumbled backwards. And when he looked around him, there were no longer sand dunes and the bright sun beating down on him. He was in the middle of a snowy mountain range, surrounded by massive trees that blotted out the view of the sky. What the F? Katsuki didn't even have the energy to put any anger into the statement, only pure shock. It had been an illusion? Was it all fake the entire time? It couldn't be, right? He had felt the sand, the heat, the sweat. He was on the verge of dying from FNG heat slide. The illusions Mori was able to pull off in the cave hadn't been tactile. He had phased right through the fake walls. When was he even able to pull off an illusion of this scale? Was it when Mori had grabbed his head when they were fighting in the tunnels? The cave hadn't been hot. It was cool. There's no FNG way it was all fake, right? He looked over at Mori to demand an explanation. Mori was FING gone. What the F dash? Katsuki repeated with a lot more anger this time. Kaken, Deku said hesitantly, are you okay? I'm fine, just shut the F up and let me think. Deku took a measured step back. Small pops sounded from Katsuki's palms. The pops were weaker than before. Katsuki FNG hated the snow. If Mori was still actively chasing him, then he would have to rely more on his physical combat skills rather than his quirk. He wouldn't admit it out loud, but he was happy he had Deku here as backup, even if the demon moron didn't bring anything useful. Katsuki remembered the walkie-talkie and yanked it out of his backpack. No responses, only static. Katsuki was about to lose his sheet. His breathing turned to angry panting, his pure exhaustion forgotten in the face of everything that was happening. A hand was suddenly on his shoulder and he spun around to find Deku looking at him with an expression of worry. Katsuki smacked his hand away and averted his eyes. We need to keep moving, Katsuki grumbled and began walking, looking towards the setting sun for the direction to go. Deku nodded quietly and followed. Two things, moron. Well, matter what, don't let that guy grab hold of your head. Two, if you see him you have to tell me. Because he's in my head, not yours, so I might see something that's not there. Okay, wait, three things. 3. He has multiple quirks thanks to All for One. So be extra careful. He can hide his presence, create illusions, and paralyze you if you look into his eyes. I also think he can heal quicker than a normal person because I've beat his butt multiple times and he continues to get back up with no issue. He could have more. So just be careful, Deku. Okay, Kaken, thank you. Several hours after dark, Katsuki and Deku had been climbing all day. Finally, they reached a flat part of the mountain. Deku pulled Katsuki up over the last bit. Katsuki stood, panting, and looked out to see where they were going. Endless mountains, covered in a light blanket of snow. Maybe this wasn't real either. Where could they even be? He tried to remember his geography class. Deku, Katsuki breathed, what do you see? It's more mountains, Kaken. The same that we've been climbing all day. There's snow and a lot of trees. Katsuki nodded and took a step forward before collapsing to the ground, breathing heavily. Kaken! Deku called and ran to him, kneeling down. The cold snow felt nice on Katsuki's face as he lay there. Deku was saying something but he couldn't hear him anymore. There wasn't any more adrenaline to keep him going and his eyes slid shut. Mori was standing across the path from Katsuki, his palms pointed up. His hands burned bright and small explosions began popping. Katsuki's eyes widened as he looked at his own hands and tried to activate his quirk. It was gone. He was quirkless. Katsuki startled awake. His back was against cold stone ground and he was staring up at a rocky ceiling. He sat up quickly and winced at his sore body. They were in a cave. Deku's silhouette at the cave opening turned toward him at the sound of Katsuki moving. Kaken, you're awake. Deku made his way over. How are you feeling? Fine. How long was I out? Deku kneeled in front of him. I don't know what time it was when you knocked out, but I'd say it's about noon right now, so maybe 12 hours? Katsuki nodded. Okay, good. Let's get going. Kaken, are you sure you're okay? You look really pale and well, you collapsed from exhaustion. Maybe you should rest more. I'm fine, Deku. Stop worrying about me, I can handle myself. I know you can. That doesn't mean I don't care, Kaken. And it's not a bad thing to have people care about you. Deku, Katsuki pinched the bridge of his nose between his fingers. Stop with the cheesy dramatic sheet. We don't have FING time for this. We need to keep moving. Deku sighed and put his hands up in surrender. Okay, but just let me know if you need to stop. They began moving, leaving the cave which Deku must have dragged Katsuki into after he passed out. The desert may have been an illusion, but the effect on Katsuki's body was real. His skin was red from sunburns, the exhaustion was real and so was the dehydration. Speaking of which, Katsuki could really use some water. He checked the bottle he had gotten from Mori when he last attacked. There was a little bit left. Katsuki was about to down it when he looked at Deku. He offered the last of the water silently. I'm okay, Kaken, thank you. You've been out here a lot longer than I have. Katsuki didn't argue. He just nodded and downed the last couple gulps of water. Katsuki offered Deku one of the granola bars, which he also refused. Deku claimed he had eaten one while Katsuki was out. Katsuki shrugged and ate the granola bar. The American brand reminded Katsuki of something. We're still in Japan, right? HM? Yeah, we are. Wonder where that dude got these shitty granola bars from. I thought they were good. Of course you did, you dim nerd, you have terrible taste. I do not. Just because I don't like spicy food doesn't mean I have bad taste. Deku defended with a laugh. A small smirk tugged at Katsuki's mouth, but he faced forward and kept walking, footsteps crunching on the ice. So, what do you want to talk about? Deku quickened his steps to walk next to Katsuki. Nothing. Oh, come on, we're stranded in the middle of the mountains and we've been walking for, I don't know, a long time. Why the F would I want to talk? It's a waste of energy at this point. Talking to me is a waste of energy now? Deku pouted playfully. Katsuki sighed. All right, smarts, I have a question for you. Okay, what is it? The nerd looked excited. Why the F? Can't you just use your quirk to get us out of here? Black whip us through the mountains? Deku seemed to hesitate, his face going blank and then pensive in a split second before the smile was back on his face. Well, one, it would be hard to carry you for long distances, and secondly, I sorta kinda hurt my shoulder while climbing, Deku said sheepishly. Katsuki stopped and looked at him. And you didn't say anything? It's not a big deal. I just can't carry you right now. Katsuki sighed so harshly it turned into a frustrated growl. We're in the middle of goddamn nowhere, you can't hide shit like that from me. Stop being so self-sacrificial over dumb shit. Right, sorry. I should have told you, but it's not self-sacrificial. Yes it is. Katsuki started a mocking tone and said, if I don't tell Katsuki about it then he won't know I'm in pain and it won't slow us down. Deku pouted. Exactly. It's stupid. You do the same thing. Katsuki glared at the boy. What the F do you mean? Choose your words carefully. Why you look sick, Kaken? And you're obviously exhausted. But you keep going. That's not self-sacrificial, that's pushing through to my goal. And I'm not sick. I don't get sick. Okay, if you say so. But then how is me not mentioning my shoulder self-sacrificial? It's the same thing, I'm just pushing through too. The point is you should tell me that it hurts so that I can know. You know I'm exhausted because I've been out here for who knows how effing long. If I had known you hurt your shoulder I wouldn't have made you climb by yourself. We don't want it to be injured anymore. You would do that? Katsuki rolled his eyes and started walking again, not looking at the nerd. Yeah, obviously if you're effing hurt I would help you climb or look for a different path. That's really nice to know. Deku was smiling in that way that got on Katsuki's nerves and also had foreign feelings warring in his chest. Don't get sappy about it. We have to do what we need to do to survive, you got that. Why yes, Kaken, sorry. I didn't mean it in a sappy way. Whatever. Their footsteps continued to crunch as they made their way through the thick trees and snow. Several hours later, as the sun set, they were once again climbing up a jagged rock wall to reach a new peak. This time, Katsuki assisted Deku so he didn't use his hurt shoulder too much. Katsuki's breaths were labored, sweat beaded on his forehead and his limbs felt heavy, not like normal fatigue but like he had actual weights attached to them. Deku reached the top before him as he pushed him up and reached his hand out. Ignoring his pride, he took the offered hand. Deku pulled him up but instead of standing, Katsuki panted on his hands and knees. Kaken, you're shaking pale and you can't catch your breath. Deku's voice was dripping with worry which set Katsuki off. I'm FNG Phi dash. Katsuki's sentence was cut off by violent coughing. Kaken, I'm serious. Deku placed a hand on Katsuki's forehead. You have a fever. We need to stop. I agree, Katsuki. You need to take a break. You won't be any fun to chase if you die from an illness out here. Fuck this dude. Katsuki snapped his head up. Deku, do you see him too? Why yes. Deku stood in front of Katsuki in a protective stance. He activated one for all full cowling, the green sparks and glow reflecting off the snow. Sheet, was all Katsuki could say before he began violently coughing again. Time to stand the F up again. Move, Def. He's effing mine. I'm going to make sure he never gets up again. Katsuki cracked his knuckles and slid into his fighting stance like he had so many times before. But Kaken your dash. I'm fine. Back the F up. Deku narrowed his eyes at Kaken and opened his mouth like he was going to say something else, but Katsuki moved first. His quirk may be a lot less effective in the snow, but he was able to use it to propel himself straight at Mori, who was watching Katsuki with a creepy-as-F smile. Katsuki couldn't wait to wipe it off of his smug FNG face. Katsuki spun in the air, aiming a roundhouse kick at the BSDRD's head. Either Katsuki was a lot weaker than he realized or Mori had gotten stronger, because the fucker caught Katsuki's leg with his hands and spun. Katsuki grunted and aimed a palm at Mori's hands around his leg. He focused as much firepower as he could in the current weather and set it off. Mori cursed and let go, but there was still enough momentum for Katsuki to go flying. Katsuki slammed into a nearby tree so hard he could feel and hear his ribs crack. A pained gasp escaped him and he slid to the ground holding his side. How did he even pack that much punch? The dude was ridiculously skinny. Ah, that was more effort on my part than you were expecting, huh? Well, you see, I'm a bit bored of the games, so I've decided to just take you out right here, right now. Let's get you back to the little hideout and wait for all for one like we're supposed to be. I've let you get a bit too far for my liking. Before Katsuki could respond, Deku's leg was smashing into Mori's side. Smosh! Mori went flying and hit the ground hard. He slid right up to the edge of the cliff Katsuki and Deku had just climbed up. Katsuki was on his feet again. Every breath was pure agony as he moved towards Mori. He swore he only blinked. 1 second Mori was on the ground, and the next, he was tackling Deku. Katsuki cursed as he saw Mori's hands grasp onto either side of Deku's head. He blasted himself forward, tackling Mori off of Deku before he could activate the quirk. They rolled and slid on the icy ground, Katsuki slamming his fist into Mori's jaw. They slid right over the edge of the cliff. Katsuki and Mori grappled in the air as they plummeted towards the ground. Mori got in a solid hit to Katsuki's jaw and was able to bring his knee to Katsuki's gut. Blazing pain shot through his entire body, and he actually cried out at the pain from his ribs. Katsuki slammed his palms to Mori's chest and set them off with as much power as he could. Their bodies separated and Katsuki used a couple of explosions to stop his fall. Mori slammed into the ground with a sickening thud. Katsuki grabbed onto the rocky wall of the cliff, wheezing and struggling to hold on to the rocks. He focused every last bit of energy he could muster and blasted himself back to the top. He rose up and over the cliff edge and landed roughly on his side. Pain rocked through his body from his ribs and he groaned. Kaken! Deku was kneeling at his side instantly. Did? Katsuki wheezed. Did he activate the quirk when he grabbed your head? Deku shook his head. No. No, I feel fine. He was my responsibility to take out. It's his effing fault I'm even in this situation. And now you're in this situation too. Katsuki forced himself to sit up, wincing. We have to go. You're in no shape. Deku shook his head. I'll find a spot nearby for us to stay for the night. It's dark anyway. Katsuki genuinely didn't even have the energy to argue, so he just nodded. He glanced over the side of the cliff to make sure Mori was still down. The sun of a beach was gone. Deku had found another cave to stay the night in. Katsuki had no idea how he was so good at finding random caves in the middle of the mountains, but he wasn't about to complain. He was sitting back against the cave wall while Deku set up a fire. Katsuki couldn't stop shaking and his body felt heavy and useless. Deku got the fire going and put his hand to Katsuki's forehead again. Katsuki blamed his sudden blush on the fever. Your fever is really bad, Kaken. I'm going to go find some water for you. Deku moved away. Don't. Katsuki managed to get out between his chattering teeth. Sit. We're safer together. Deku stopped and looked at Katsuki, concern etched into his expression. Okay, but when it's light out and it's easier to see, I'm going to go look for water. Katsuki nodded slowly. He didn't want Deku to leave. He didn't want to be alone again after so many days in that diamond desert with no one and nothing to keep him going. He never thought he would be so grateful to have Deku with him. The idea of Deku leaving the cave right now was almost unbearable to think about. What if he didn't come back? What if Katsuki ended up alone again? He had preferred being alone most of his life, but that sentiment felt very far off from his current preferences. They sat in silence, Deku watching Katsuki from the other side of the fire. Katsuki's head was pounding, but he forced his eyes to stay open. Mori's body hadn't been where it was supposed to be, meaning he could attack at any moment. You should sleep, Kaken. I'll stay awake and guard us. You should stop telling me what you do. Katsuki's brain felt like it was being dragged through mud. Deku sighed and continued to watch Katsuki. Stop effkin looking at me like shitty, Deku. I just want to make sure you're okay. Why do you give a f dash? All I've ever done is be mean to why. Katsuki struggled to keep his eyes open. But he wanted the answer to his question. He had been thinking about it for months. since seeing Deku run towards that portal at the training camp. Katsuki had done terrible things to Deku, and yet, the demon nerd was always there for him. He beat himself up for not being able to stop his first kidnapping. Katsuki hated that he now had to say, first kidnapping, since he had now been taken twice. Deku sighed, I always cared, Kaken. You just hated the fact that I did. The truth to his words hit Katsuki right in the chest, but the need to defend himself burst through the uncomfortableness. I don't need anyone to. Katsuki started coughing, each contraction causing pain to shoot through his body. Don't care. Not weak. Deku shook his head. I know you're not weak. You think being strong is about being unfeeling. To compete and win over other people. That's not what strength is about. It's never been about that. I have always thought of you as being the embodiment of victory, Kaken. You think that if you don't live up to your own unrealistic expectations that others will stop thinking you're amazing. No one would ever think that. Everyone knows who you are and what you're capable of. You can do anything. But you're the only one that thinks that you can never show anything other than confidence. You're the only one who thinks receiving help is somehow detrimental to who you are. Everyone in our class has always been ready to help you at a moment's notice. And they would never think any less of you if you accepted it. Katsuki raised his head to meet Deku's eyes. There was determination and honesty in his gaze. Your entire life I watched you be praised because you were good at everything you tried. You were praised for having an amazing quirk, you always had friends and admirers and people in your ear telling you how amazing you were. But I'm telling you right now that the person that you are, your quirk aside, is worthy of the same praise. Katsuki just stared at him. I'm your friend, whether you want me to be or not. I have always looked up to you and I always will. I think you're amazing. Being able to compete with you has been a dream come true for me. Being able to be on the same level as you? It's the best feeling ever. And again, whether you like it or not, I'm going to be there for you. Just like I always have. You're the strongest person I know, Kaken. But being strong doesn't mean you don't need rest, and it doesn't mean standing above others. Being strong is being able to lift others up with you. You can do anything you put your mind to, I truly believe that. But when you can't do everything, like right now, Deku gave him a pointed look, resting doesn't make you weak. And one day, you might just need a little help, and my hand will be there for you. Just like it always has. Katsuki struggled with the admiration and hatred that fought and burned in his chest. He averted his eyes from Deku's, unable to express anything at all. Deku had always been like this. He had always been better, in a way. His ability to express his feelings had always been far superior to anything Katsuki was able to do. No matter how far ahead Katsuki felt, he always knew that Deku was right behind him. Even when he was quirkless. Because Deku was everything that Katsuki knew a hero should be. Weak but courageous, afraid but quick to act. He was chosen by All Might himself, but he was humble. He accepted every piece of constructive criticism from his teachers and even his classmates. He went to his classmates for help when new quirks unlocked from One for All. Katsuki ran off of pride and confidence alone. He had drive without restraint and ambition that propelled him through life. Deku's compassion and gentle human nature gave him the ability to connect with others and bring out the best version of them. That was something Katsuki had never been able to do, and probably never would. Deku was weak, emotionally vulnerable. But that never stopped him, it only made him stronger. It made him a better hero. Katsuki's self-image was strong, unbreakable, until it came to Deku's mercifulness, his compassion, without the ego that Katsuki so dearly clung to. His entire understanding of himself and what drove his ambition had been crumbling for months. And as he looked at Deku's gentle, kind, reassuring eyes, in that moment, something truly broke within him. I'm going to sleep for a little, was all he managed to say, giving Deku one last look. He put as much anger into his gaze as he could muster, but he couldn't help but wonder if Deku could see the vulnerability in his eyes. Deku smiled gently at him and nodded. Katsuki ignored the warmth that spread in his chest at the smile and was asleep within a minute. Katsuki awoke, violently coughing and shaking so hard he thought his teeth might break from how hard they were chattering. He opened his eyes just slightly. It was still dark outside of the cave, Had he been asleep for more than 24 hours or had it only been a couple of minutes? It was snowing heavily, causing dread to pool in his stomach. He looked over to where the fire was barely more than a couple of embers in a pool of ash. Deku was no longer sitting across the fire, and as Katsuki raised his head weakly, his hair brushed against something. "Kakin, you're awake already? It's only been a couple of hours." "Keep sleeping," Deku whispered, and Katsuki realized that his head was brushing against Deku's thigh, who was sitting cross-legged next to him. "Tea too cold," Katsuki whispered through his chattering teeth. "That's ironic, since your skin is hot to the touch," Deku said as he scooted closer. Katsuki didn't give enough of if to say something snarky back. And he found that, even though he tried to, he didn't care about the physical closeness either. He ignored the feeling of comfort it aroused. He was sure that Deku was freezing too, and if they wanted to survive, then screw it. No one would know about anything that happened out here. And it was a matter of life or death. Katsuki reached his hand up to Deku's arm and pulled him down. "Kakin?" Deku hesitated. "We need to stay W," Katsuki grumbled and pulled on Deku until he relented and laid down with him. He gave Katsuki a nervous look. "Eyes necessary, am not gonna freeze to death, would be pathetic." "Alright." Deku blushed deeply as Katsuki pulled him closer. The boy was gentle as he placed his arms around him, careful of his injured ribs. He pulled Katsuki into his body, placing a hand behind his head. Katsuki's face was buried between Deku's neck and shoulder. Deku's other arm under his head for support. He pulled him close in an attempt to warm him up as quickly as possible. They were only using each other's warmth to survive. Nothing more. Katsuki tried not to think of it as cuddling. It was more like huddling. Yeah, they were huddling like penguins to keep warm. Thinking of himself as a penguin then made Katsuki feel like a FING idiot kid, so he decided to just accept that he was cuddling with Deku. His cheeks burned hotter than they already were. He blamed the fever. Deku's warmth seeped into him, the shaking calming to something less violent. He relaxed slowly, letting the warmth lull him back to sleep. Katsuki's eyes opened slowly to the light of the sun shining into the cave. It took him a moment to remember where he was. The situation he was in. The reminder that he was stranded in the middle of nowhere, injured, and being hunted crashed down on him. He swallowed the lump in his throat. He had just wanted to give his mom a birthday present. How the hell did he end up in this sheet? His awareness slowly came back to him. Deku's breathing was evened out in sleep. His face was buried in Deku's hair, which smelled like the rainforest. Which was fitting, since they were in the middle of the woods. Katsuki still had his arms around Deku, but they had switched. He was now the one supporting Deku's head and cradling it. His green hair was so pretty, he smelled so nice. Katsuki froze. What the hell was he thinking? One night spent with Deku in his arms and he was getting soft? Though. He moved to push the nerd away but stopped himself when he saw how peaceful his face looked. Katsuki's cheeks grew hot with embarrassment and he moved away from Deku carefully. "Ah, that was so cute. Were you two cuddling? It looked like you were." Katsuki's blood ran cold. There was no way. No FING way. He turned slowly, looking over to the other side of the fire. Mori sat there, a crazy FNG smile on his face. "I'm almost jealous. It looked so intimate." "Deku," Katsuki shook him. Deku grumbled something about 5 more minutes before he seemed to remember where he was and his eyes snapped open. As soon as he saw Mori, he was on his feet, full cowling glowing around him. Katsuki stayed sitting, idly holding his hands over the embers from the fire and glaring at Mori. "I'm so effing sick of you, dude. How the hell do you keep showing up? I dropped you off of a cliff for F's sake." How long had Mori been sitting there while they slept? Defenseless. He could have killed them both in a heartbeat. He needed to keep Mori talking, which should be pretty easy, so he could figure out a plan. Would he have to kill this guy? Take his life? What kind of hero would that make him? But he was a serious threat, and at this point it seemed he was reaching a point of no return in his insanity. Katsuki had no doubt he would actually kill them if he couldn't take them back to the place where he originally held him. Which meant Katsuki had to act first. He didn't have a choice. Sometimes shit doesn't go the way you want. He needed to fully immobilize him in order to get away. He would have to do something drastic. Well, there's multiple reasons. 1. I'm having so much fun spending time with you. 2. These quirks that were given to me are amazing. It's been exhilarating to learn how to use them. 3. Watching you use your quirk is giving me a lot of ideas about how to use it when it's mine. Mori counted the numbers with his fingers as he went. I'm so sad it has to come to an end soon though. An end? Well, you are getting a little bit close to a city. It's just over that next mountain. Hope wild and reckless bloomed in Katsuki's chest. Though, it is a pretty big mountain for you to climb. If only it wasn't so cold. You could use your quirk and get over it in no time. I hate that all good things must come to an end, Mori pouted. Kaken. Katsuki startled, having forgotten that Deku was there. Let me handle this, you're still sick. Katsuki couldn't deny he felt like absolute shit and he was still in so much pain. But Mori wasn't even paying attention to Deku, he only had eyes for Katsuki. He would have to fight no matter what. Katsuki was looking into Mori's eyes and could still move. You haven't immobilized me. Oh that? Yeah, I had to get rid of that one. Swapped it out for something else. Can't have too many quirks or it might ruin my body. It had its uses but you caught on to it so it was pointless after that. Gotta keep you on your toes. Mori shrugged as if swapping quirks was FANG normal. Katsuki's hands over the fading embers of the fire finally reached a temperature where they could start sweating and he lunged. He tackled Mori to the ground. He vaguely heard Deku yell out his name, worried. He slammed his palms onto Mori's torso. This was it, he had to act. I am sorry. He blasted a hole through his chest. Katsuki gasped in gulps of air as he sat back, away from Mori's body. He was covered in the man's blood, it was all over his face and neck. He could feel the warm liquid seeping through his hero costume. Katsuki's expression fell into horror as the body in front of him disappeared before his eyes. He could feel Mori's breath against his ear as he whispered. That was a low blow, Katsuki. What kind of hero would do that? Mori's hands were grasping Katsuki's head before he could even react. That fuzzy, cotton-like feeling immediately took over his brain. Where was Deku? Do something. He had used all of the sweat the final embers had produced for that one shot. Yeesh, that fever really is high. Mori let go of Katsuki and walked in front of him. Katsuki had never felt so hopeless in his life. No matter what he did, this man came back. He was sick, injured, and starving. He hadn't had water in, he couldn't even remember how long. And now he was fully in his head again. It has to come to an end, but I have one more thing for you. Something nice, I promise. Mori said, and then he was gone. So he had gotten some kind of teleportation quirk then. Katsuki turned to face Deku, but when he turned around he was no longer in the cave. He was in front of the UA dorm. UFING BSTRD. I'll kill you for this. He spun around. Deku. Where the f did he go? Did Mori take him? Was he okay? He had never been in a situation where he kept failing over and over. He had never felt like this before. Useless. He had never felt as trapped as he did right now. Even when the League had him cuffed and tied up, he still had hope. He still had a plan. He had nothing right now. He had exhausted all of his options. He had fought and this FANG hole just kept coming back. And where the f did Deku go? He looked up at the dorm and a sickening pang of homesickness hit him right in the chest. He never thought he would miss that bunch of losers as much as he did right then. He took a deep breath, wincing at the pain, and decided to see how real these illusions were. He stomped up the steps and snatched the door handle. His hand phased right through it. He stared at his hand. That BSRD. That FANG son of a beach was teasing him, torturing him psychologically. He would not let the tears fall. He wasn't FING weak. He could handle the sheet. He swallowed the lump in his throat and walked back down the dorm steps. Come out here and fight me, You scared? Katsuki held his arms out to his side, inviting a challenge. Mori made him stay there, looking at his home, longing for his friends, for who knows how long. It felt like days. Every second he was there had more rage, more sadness building up in him, swirling together in a volatile mixture. He tried to enter other buildings and tried to go to his classroom, just to feel safe, to feel like he was just early to class, that his classmates would walk in any moment. His hands phased through everything. He was completely and utterly alone the entire time. He called out to Deku to see if he was also stuck there, but received no response. Katsuki had always liked having his space from others, but he was never really fond of being completely alone. Even though he didn't participate in his classmates' activities, he was still in the room, still listening to those morons blab on and on. He had always had friends, company, people following him around, talking to him, even if he didn't interact much. His classmates always included him. The silence of having absolutely no one started to wear on his mind. Just when he felt like he was going to lose it, the UA dorms disappeared. He was back in the cave and Mori was standing at the entrance. Was that nice to see, Katsuki? I hope you liked it. I could practically see the devastation on your face realizing you couldn't go in. Thought maybe there'd be food in there? Or your friends? Mori said the last question with a mocking smile on his face. Katsuki saw red. His blood was boiling with rage, his fever and injuries forgotten. He charged Mori. This time, Mori didn't just let Katsuki tackle him. He was ready to fight, which had Katsuki believing he had exhausted his illusion quirk. This was his chance. Mori was a psychopath with access to a lot of quirks, but he didn't train his entire life to perfect those quirks. And the dude was skinny as hell. He had this. Katsuki dropped low at the last second and slammed straight into Mori, sending them flying out of the cave and rolling down a hill. Katsuki supposed the snow softened the rolling, but he was still in so much pain. Mori managed to make a scratch down Katsuki's face, but Katsuki was landing real blows. He landed his hits on Mori's jaw, over and over, trying to knock him out. Mori grabbed Katsuki's side, making him grunt in pain, and flipped him over. Right as they were rolling over a stone sticking out of the snow, Katsuki hit it full force, right on his broken ribs, and they flew in opposite directions. A scream was ripped from his throat and breathing became infinitely harder. He knew a rib had just punctured his lung. Now he was on a real-time limit before he could no longer move or breathe. He landed in the snow, gasping. He placed a hand on his side. He felt something warm and wet. It had broken skin too. Oh, if dash. Where the f are you? Katsuki gasped. Mori's maniacal FNG laughter from where he landed. I'm here, Kaken. Deku ran to him and reached his hand out. Katsuki went to take it when he froze. He hadn't even FANG noticed. That entire time. The entire time. Deku was totally clean, well rested. Deku turned down all of the food he offered, and didn't take the water either. When Katsuki would ask him a question, the blank look on the boy's face had been Mori trying to come up with an answer. Mori had been watching the entire time, puppeteering Deku. He wasn't FING real. He was an illusion. Oh my god! Katsuki dropped his hand and let his head fall back in the snow. Deku looked at him confused and then he disappeared. Mori's laughing got closer and closer until he was standing over Katsuki. Did you like that little trick with your friend? I thought you might like having him around. He seemed real, huh? Yeah, I had to read that emotional kid's diary to make sure he said all of the right stuff. He talks about you a lot in that thing, you know? He truly loves and admires you. But I'm here right now and he's not, so that must mean I like you more. But Katsuki, you're bleeding out in the snow. Are you paying attention? This is important stuff. Mori's face turned to a pout. Katsuki rasped something incoherent. He had lost? Was he going to die? Fear turned his body to ice. He didn't want to die. He had to push through the pain. He had to. He looked at Mori, whose jaw was F-ed and he definitely had a broken arm. He wasn't healing and he wasn't disappearing. That skinny motherfucker definitely wouldn't be able to take much more damage. But neither could Katsuki. So he did the one thing he could manage. He ran. His palms exploded and he shot into the sky. His fever was creating enough sweat at this point for him to keep going. In fact, his body was producing so much sweat he could feel it dripping down his back, separating from his body as he shot through the sky. And in that moment, in his desperation, in his fear, Katsuki's quirk evolved. He blitzed through the air, clearing over the last mountain without even noticing. He was moving faster than he could comprehend. He drew in a shocked gasp and looked down. City lights glowed below. For just a moment, he relished the feeling of relief. The feeling of freedom from the hell that he had been living. Letting the feelings wash over him before he focused all of his remaining energy on landing. He made his descent, not bothering to look behind him to see if Mori had followed him. There would be pro-heroes in the city. Unless the city wasn't real. Fear gripped Katsuki's heart at the thought. No, Mori had exhausted that quirk. He didn't feel the fuzziness in his head anymore after Deku disappeared. The snow beneath him thinned out as he got to a lower altitude. He had made it to civilization after who knows how long. He landed on a street, pain zapping through his entire body, stumbling and looking around for a pro-hero on patrol. The people on the sidewalks all stopped and stared at him. He gasped, a pro? Mori must have really exhausted all of his quirks, because when he landed behind Katsuku, he could sense him. He spun and held out his palm, blasting Mori back. There were no pros? He could do it himself. He shoved the pain to the back of his mind and blitzed to Mori, slamming him into the ground. Civilians were screaming. Run away! Katsuki yelled as he punched Mori's jaw once again. It was fully broken at this point. He couldn't help but feel a little relieved that he would no longer have to listen to his incessant rambling. In his rage, Katsuki kept punching. He hit and hit and hit and hit until he was sure Mori was knocked out completely. His breathing coming out in sharp, painful pants, Katsuki stood. He began to move away. I need something to rest dry dash. Mori's bony effing body slammed into him and sent him flying through a shop window. Civilians screamed and ran away. Katsuki's head hit the back wall of the shop with a sickening crack and everything went black. Izuku wasn't one to sit around while his friend was missing. So far, he hadn't been able to slip past them to search. But ultimately his teacher's efforts to keep him on UA campus had been pointless. It had been 3 weeks since he had last seen Kaken, and the longer he stayed missing, the less sleep Izuku got. His classmates were feeling similarly. They spent almost every night in the common room trying to come up with a plan. How could they get off campus without being seen? Where would they look first? Where have the pros not looked yet? Who took him? They had concluded it had to be the League. There was no other explanation for a random kidnapping of a UA student. And they had targeted Kaken before, so it made sense. The pros had already raided every place they had reason to believe may be a League headquarters and had come up empty-handed. The students of Class 1A had been so distracted lately that Aizawa-sensei had cancelled class for the rest of this week, assigning homework but letting the students stay in the dorms. Izuku had a feeling it was because Aizawa-sensei was about to go look for Kaken himself. Considering he looked even more tired than usual. Even All Might seemed like he hadn't gotten much rest lately. Everyone was on edge, everyone wanted to find him and bring him back. And all of that led to right here, in the sewer system underneath the school, where Izuku was walking along the wall to escape and find Kaken. Consequences be damned. He was going to find him. Kaken's life was worth potentially being kicked out of the program. Kaken would do the same for Izuku, he just knew that. Even though Kaken would never admit it and he would probably complain and cuss the entire time, he would search for Izuku too. No matter the risk. Once Izuku made it out of the sewer, luckily without losing his lunch from the smell, he used One for All and Black Whip to get as far away from the school grounds as quickly as possible. He tried to stay low to the ground and stay in the cover of the trees so no staff member would see him. He spent several hours walking through the streets, checking abandoned buildings, and checking the walkie-talkie he had gotten from Yaoyorozu. As he moved through the city, he kept talking on it, hoping Kaken could hear him and know that he wasn't forgotten. That he was looking for him. The sun was getting low in the sky when Izuku noticed something in the distance. A spark in the sky, almost like a falling star. Except it really was falling down towards the city. His body moved before he could even figure out why. He yanked on Black Whip and catapulted through the streets. He pulled out the walkie-talkie and pressed the button. A dust cloud appeared where the falling star had hit. This is Izuku Midoriya of Class 1A of UA High. If any pros are in the area, an incident is occurring. The walkie-talkie beeped and he cringed at the voice he heard. You are in so much trouble, kid. Aizawa-sensei's voice came through the speaker. He sounded angry. Yes, I know. Sorry, sensei. Izuku clipped the walkie-talkie back to his costume and landed where the star had fallen. In the middle of the street was a skinny man with dark blue eyes and black hair tied into a bun. He was laying on the ground, obviously unable to move. Why the hell was the school janitor here? Izuku recognized him from a time when Kaminari spilled juice in the cafeteria. That's the man that cleaned it up. He was very quiet. Izuku almost never even noticed him when he was around. But he remembered apologizing to him when he had to come clean up the mess. He had several cuts on his skinny body, his arm looked broken, and one of his eyes was swollen shut and his jaw was definitely not supposed to look like that. More than that, he looked livid. His head was turned to the side looking at what was once a small tea shop, which looked to be completely destroyed. The man's eyes slowly moved from the tea shop to Izuku. Oh great, the man slurred, his broken jaw making the words almost incoherent. Now his little friend is here. Izuku Midoriya. I know you well. Had to study you closely to make the illusion believable, I guess. Kinda fed up for Katsuki to use a nickname like Deku when he so obviously cares about you. He sure was talking a lot for someone with a broken jaw. Rambling on and on about things that didn't make sense. The most important thing he seemed to say was that he apparently knew both of them. Was he close with Kaken? He's using his first name. The man kept rambling about things Izuku didn't understand as he took in his surroundings. Where was Kaken? He had to be here if this man was talking about him. Eyes on me, the man screeched. His breathing was heavy and his gaze narrowed. Okay, Izuku put his hands up. Walkie-talkie in his right hand. I'm listening, I'm sorry. The man continued his monologue about taking quirks, or being given quirks. Something like that as Izuku pressed the button. He spoke quietly so the man wouldn't hear him but loud enough for the walkie-talkie to pick up his voice. There's a villain here and I think Kaken is somewhere nearby. He took his finger off the button. Aizawa-sensei's voice came through the speaker. Midoriya, do not engage without a pro. We're headed your way. We'll be there soon. I don't think that's going to be a problem. He seems completely defeated. The man had sat up and locked eyes with the walkie-talkie anyway. Give me that. Now, he held out his hand. Izuku obeyed and tossed it to him. Whoever is on the other end of this conversation, I'm going to need you to stand down. Aizawa-sensei's voice came through the speaker once more. If you hurt those kids, I swear dash. The transmission was cut off as the man smashed the walkie-talkie into the ground. This man was in terrible shape. Izuku knew Kaken had to have fought him with everything he had. If he looked like this, then what kind of shape was Kaken in? The guy was skinny, but he had a look in his eyes. Izuku could tell he had been a formidable opponent. He needed to find Kaken right now. He had a feeling the destroyed tea shop is where the falling star had landed. And he had a feeling that the falling star hadn't really been a star. It was Kaken. The villain didn't stand. He probably couldn't right now. So Izuku extended Black Whip and restrained him and sprinted towards the ruined building. Kaken! He yelled out in hopes of getting some snarky response. He expected a "don't worry about me you dumb nerd, I'm fine." But he heard nothing. The building was basically just a pile of rubble at this point. Discarded chairs, spilt drinks, and broken glass. He scanned the entire shop until he saw it. A tuft of blonde hair in the rubble of the shop. Kaken! There was blood staining the blonde that he knew so well. Izuku lost it. Black Whip exploded out of his wrists and back. It twined around his body like armor. One for all glowing and sparking around him as he turned towards the villain. The man's eyes widened. Izuku couldn't think, couldn't see straight or breath correctly at the fact that Kaken was hurt. Kaken was buried under rubble. He stepped towards the villain on the ground, looking more like a villain himself, when a familiar scarf wrapped around his arm. Midoriya! Aizawa-sensei pulled Izuku away from the villain and ran to him. Midnight and Edge shot landed next to the villain, instantly putting him to sleep and restraining him. Aizawa-sensei grabbed hold of Izuku's shoulders. We got him, Midoriya. Calm down. Release Black Whip. Izuku's widened eyes slowly stopped glowing, one for all deactivating and Black Whip receding. He broke away from Aizawa-sensei's grip and leapt over the rubble of the building towards that tuft of hair. Broken glass crunched beneath his feet as he carefully made his way to Kaken. Izuku lifted and flipped over a piece of concrete and threw a chair over his shoulder to reach him. Kaken, Izuku stuttered at the sight of him, his heart beating wildly in his chest. He didn't even look like himself. He looked gaunt, dirty, broken. His head was propped up against the wall and lolled to the side. A streak of crimson showing a clear path from where he had hit and slid down. His body lay in the middle of the remains of the shop, a pool of blood around him and blood leaking from his mouth. His hero costume was torn to shreds and there were shards of glass sticking out of his body. He was bloody and bruised and a shell of his former self. Kaken's eyes were open, half-lidded. Unseeing. Lifeless. Izuku knew at that moment that he would never ever get the image out of his head. Oh my god. Izuku let out a sob and kneeled next to Kaken, careful not to injure him further. He wiped his eyes and focused on remembering the life support classes from the beginning of the year. He ripped his shirt off and started applying pressure to the largest wound, a large shard of glass protruding from Kaken's chest. The second largest was stuck in his abdomen, which looked to be a full impalement, but the glass was stopping the blood flow well enough. The one in his chest was still bleeding heavily. Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa-sensei was there in a heartbeat. He froze for just a split second when he saw Kaken's condition, and then he was moving. He knelt on the opposite side as Izuku and slid his phone between his ear and his shoulder. He gently moved Kaken's body away from the wall so his head was flat on the ground. He gave the emergency dispatcher the location and details of the situation as he started to do chest compressions. Izuku felt as if he was outside of his body. The sounds of Kaken's ribs cracking under the pressure of the compressions seemed to get farther away. His vision unfocused. Midoriya, breath. You need to focus if we're going to save him. Izuku hadn't realized his breathing had become erratic, he was hyperventilating. He looked up at Aizawa-sensei, his eyes wild with panic. We can save him. You need to focus. I can't do it alone. Izuku nodded slowly. If Aizawa-sensei was panicking, he didn't show it one bit. I need you to breathe for him, Midoriya, while I do compressions. Can you do that? Izuku nodded again, still applying pressure to the wound. When I hit 30 compressions, you give him 2 breaths, okay? He nodded once more. Aizawa-sensei nodded at him and counted out loud. As soon as he heard 30, Izuku's mouth was on Kaken's and he breathed into him. Come on. He watched Kaken's chest with each breath, seeing it rise and fall. I think one of his lungs has collapsed, Izuku whispered as he waited for the next 30 count. Aizawa-sensei just nodded. That's fine, we just need to keep going. Okay. Aizawa-sensei continued to do compressions and Izuku continued to breathe into Kaken for what felt like years. Time dragged on as Izuku strained his hearing for the sirens he so desperately wanted to hear. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. In the silence of the room, the only sound being the sickly movement of Kaken's chest, there was a whimper. At first Izuku thought it had been him unintentionally and he blushed. But then it happened again and he snapped his gaze to Kaken's face. Kaken's eyes blinked slowly and relief rushed through Izuku so fast that he thought he might pass out. Kaken. You hear me? You're going to be okay, okay? Izuku wiped the tears away and tried to keep them from flowing. Aizawa-sensei stopped compressions now that he was conscious. The only response he got was another whimper. Kaken's face had scrunched up in pain and Izuku's heart hurt. He had never seen Kaken express anything like that before. He always put on a strong front, never letting anyone know what he was feeling. Izuku and All Might were the only ones who had seen Kaken be vulnerable. Where the hell are the paramedics? Aizawa-sensei growled. Izuku looked at him, surprised. He had never heard him cuss before. His teacher kept his face calm, but the look in his eyes was simmering with panic. If Aizawa-sensei was worried, Izuku kept his hold on the wound but moved closer to Kaken's head. He could tell he was putting an enormous amount of effort into keeping his eyes open. They were unseeing as they scanned the room. He tried to move his head and Izuku noticed the blood oozing through his hair. It's his head, sensei. His head is bleeding too. Aizawa cussed again under his breath. A sound escaped Kaken's lips, stronger this time. A groan. Phew-uck. Kaken managed to get out. Kaelham, his eyes started to close. Kaken. Please stay awake, okay? Help is coming. They're almost here. Kaken forced his eyes open. Cease. You're cold? Okay. Izuku looked around for something to help. Aizawa-sensei shook his head. It's because of the blood loss, Midoriya. It won't help. Just keep pressure on the wound, okay? I'm sure they're almost here. Oh, okay, Izuku nodded. He still wanted to put something over him. At least to give him comfort. But he knew it would be pointless, and if they needed to do compressions again then they would have to remove it anyway. Just stay awake, Kaken. You're going to be fine. Katsuki couldn't make sense of anything that was going on. His vision was so blurry he wasn't sure what the hell he was looking at. He tried to move, which sent pure fire through his body. A scream climbing up his throat, it came out at a weak groan. He could tell something was happening. He didn't understand why he couldn't remember. He had to move, he had been doing something. He had been fighting. Who had he been fighting? What had happened? There was a nagging feeling in the back of his mind telling him that there was something, but he couldn't. He couldn't move. For the first time in his life, he couldn't just push through the pain. He was completely immobilized. The pain was a good indicator that something was seriously wrong. Wrong with his body. What had happened last? What was the last thing he remembered? One of his ears popped and began ringing. The sounds that had been so far away seemed to be getting closer. Eraserhead. We need you. There was a sound of annoyance and then, Midoriya, stay here. Keep pressure. If he loses consciousness again, call for me. There was movement near Katsuki, one of the blurry blobs who he assumed were people moved away. Katsuki missed whoever it was because their warmth was keeping him from shaking. He knew that he knew who those voices belonged to. He just couldn't quite place the names. He was so cold. Whoever left needed to come back. He wished he had Deku to keep him warm. Deku. I'm here, Kaken. I've got you. Help. The word was barely a whisper. Whoever was there made a weird sound. Like a sob. Sheet, was he offended dying? Katsuki couldn't even bring himself to care that he was begging for help. Begging for Deku of all FANG people. But Deku was the only one he was okay with seeing him in whatever state he was in right now. And judging by his dulled senses and the pain, he would take a wild guess and say he was in terrible shape. He forced his eyes over to the other blurry figure sitting next to him. His sluggish brain was working overtime to process what was happening and who was there. Izuku tried to stop the sobs racking his body, but he couldn't. Kaken was asking for help. He knew something was wrong and he wasn't conscious enough to understand Izuku's reassuring words. He didn't want him to be scared. He watched Kaken's eyes slide over to him, a look of concentration on his face. Izuku forced a smile just in case he could see it. You'll be okay, Kaken. I've got you. He watched as Kaken tried to move his broken arm and tried to think about how else he could help. If the paramedics were going to take their sweet time getting there, then Izuku would act first. Kaken was conscious, which was a massive step in the right direction. This might hurt, Kaken, but it's going to help, I promise. Izuku activated One for All and, as gently as possible, wrapped Black Whip around Kaken's arm and his torso. He sent it up to stabilize his neck and head. Kaken let out an agonized whimper and Izuku immediately apologized. But this was good. Kaken's body was stable now. There was less risk if he couldn't move anything. Knowing him, he would probably try to get up if he became conscious enough. Kaken's eyes closed and his head lolled to the side slightly, stopped short by the hold of Black Whip. Panic seized Izuku's chest, and right as he was about to call out for Aizawa-sensei, he heard it. Sirens. They were here. They were here. He was going to be okay. You did good, kid. Keep your quirk around him until we get him to the hospital. Is he going to be okay? Katsuki was vaguely aware of being moved, his eyelids too heavy to open. He couldn't feel the pain anymore, which was nice. He didn't even feel cold anymore. Well, nothing at all. He fought for consciousness. He wanted to open his eyes. wanted to see what was going on. What happened? Something happened, right? Something bad? Someone was dying. Was it him? No, he couldn't be. If he was the one dying, there were so many things he had wanted to say, wanted to do. He hadn't even graduated yet. He needed to be the #1 hero. He needed to surpass All Might. He needed to compete with Deku. His parents? His parents. They would be distraught if he was dying. SSS. He put as much effort into forming words as possible. What is it, Kaken? His brain still could not process fast enough to recognize what was being said or who was saying it. Izuku's heart dropped. Don't be scared, Kaken, you're going to be okay. He kept Black Whip around Kaken but sat farther away in the ambulance so the paramedics could work on him. Izuku no longer tried to stop his tears. You don't need to be scared. I promise. He saw Kaken's good hand attempt to get something out of his pocket. He reached forward and gently grabbed whatever it was with his shaking hands and pulled it out. It was the limited edition All Might card they had gotten together as children. Another sob escaped him. Kaken mumbled something else but failed to get out the actual words that he wanted to say. Izuku took the card and placed it in Kaken's good hand and closed his fingers around it for him. He moved out of the way and watched the paramedics save his friend with tears spilling down his face. Katsuki had always wanted All Might to sign his card, but he never got past the embarrassment after being a total punk to All Might when they first met. He felt awkward asking him for something after acting like that. And then he ended All Might's career and he couldn't bring himself to even consider asking anymore. He wished he had just asked for the DMN autograph. He wished he had pushed through embarrassment whenever it stopped him from doing something. He could push through pain but not embarrassment? What kind of strength was that? Maybe there were more layers to real strength than just pushing through pain or winning all of the time. Hadn't Deku said something like that? Up on the mountain? It hadn't been real. But the words the illusion said had hit Katsuki in the chest. Maybe that was the right idea. But if he didn't win, if he didn't have competition, then was he still Katsuki Bakugou? He had always been praised for his abilities and his ambition. Who was he if he let himself rest? Weak? Pathetic? They would look down on him. They would think he had lost his edge when he was so far ahead. He couldn't let them think that. Whatever. He no longer had the energy to give a F about what people thought about him. It was exhausting. He was so tired. He just wanted to sleep. We're losing him. No matter how hard he tried, Katsuki could not get his eyes to open, his limbs to move, or his mouth to work. He had the vague feeling of something plastic in his mouth, but he couldn't even get his tongue to move to figure out what it was. He could only feel slight tugs on his body, like his arm being lifted without his permission, or something tugging at his hands. The pulling sensation was the worst in his chest and abdomen. It was so harsh that it was skating a fine line between being just tugging and outright pain. It was so uncomfortable and he wanted it to stop. Please stop. He tried to get his mouth to make the words but failed. Please stop. Please stop. Eventually it did. Katsuki grumbled and huffed his annoyance as he made his way through the dorms, picking up trash bags that his classmates had left outside their doors. He grabbed the last one, determined to make one trip out of it before he started vacuuming. If he was going to be on house arrest and given a ridiculous number of tasks, he was going to finish faster than anyone else. He would finish his list before Deku even had the chance to finish one of his chores. He hauled the last trash bag over his shoulder. That was number he had this chore in the FNG bag. He made his way to the front door. Do you need some help, Kaken? Deku put down his mop and started walking over from the kitchen. I don't need your FA help, damn it. Focus on your own sheet. Deku frowned but backed off. Fine. Katsuki managed to throw all 20 bags of trash into the dumpster outside with one throw. What the hell was that sugar dude doing to produce the heaviest FANG bag of trash in the entire dorm? He stormed back inside and grabbed the vacuum, making his way to the common room. It was day 2 of their house arrest after their fight at Ground Beta. They hadn't spoken at all until just then. Did Deku think he was better than Katsuki just because he decided to say something first? What did the loser gain from trying to ask if he needed help? To make him look weak? To be the bigger person and reach out to him first? Well, it was a FING stupid pathetic way to reach out to someone else, asking if they needed help. As if he needed help taking out the trash, then that would make him a pathetic FING loser just like Deku. Deku was always asking if he needed help. He always got the same FN answer, so why the hell did he keep asking? Why would he ever need help from a weak quirkless loser like him anyway? Except he wasn't quirkless now. He had been given All Might's quirk. All Might, who everyone now knew was retired and bony and pathetic. Because of Katsuki. He rage vacuumed the entire room in record time, vaguely aware of Deku glancing at him every couple of minutes. It was much easier to complete these chores while their annoying but classmates were in class. Those losers were always in the goddamn way when Katsuki was trying to get shit done. Maybe he could get the house arrest to end if he finished everything on the list early. He put the vacuum away and looked at the list. Dusting. He went to the supply closet and reached for the duster, right as a scarred hand on his left also reached for it. Katsuki snatched it and glared at the nerd. What the hell do you think you're doing? I have dusting on my list too, Kaken. We can do it together. How many times do I have to say I don't need your goddamn help? It's not helping. I have the same chore on my list, so I have to do it too. Whatever, just stay away from me. Katsuki relented and walked back to the common room, beginning his task. Deku started on the other side of the room with another duster and they cleaned in silence. Without either of them noticing, they slowly dusted closer and closer to each other until they met in the middle of the room. Go clean somewhere else, you shitty nerd. You're in my way. Deku looked at him incredulously. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to. And look, we got it done in half the time. If you hadn't been doing the same task, I would have finished it faster. What are you talking about? You don't even know if that's true. You were only in my way. I would have been done by now. But you just got to the middle of the room like I did. I went slowly to match your pace, you demon loser. Why can't you just accept that we did it together? And why can you never accept help from anyone? I don't need you or anyone effing else to help me. I'm going to dust the second floor. Don't follow me. But I have to do it too. We don't both have to do it. It's not necessary. It's a one-person task. I'll get in more trouble if I don't. Do every task on my list too. Well, you already dusted down here, so you did your FING task. Move on. Deku sighed, which turned into a growl. Fine. I'll do the next thing on my list. Since you want to make a big deal about me helping you. He put his duster away. Me? I'm making a big deal? You're the one that won't give up on trying to dust next to me. What? You want to hold hands while we're at it? Deku blushed slightly and looked away, an angry look on his face. No, I'll do something else. Fine. You just love to push my FNG buttons, Deku. I hate that sheet. Katsuki began to walk towards the stairs when Deku spoke up again. Earning a growl from Katsuki. When did you start hating me so much? Katsuki whirled back around to face him. What? When did you start hating me? I always hated you, a-hole. No, you didn't. We used to be best friends. Was it when you got your quirk? Katsuki wasn't expecting this conversation topic and quickly tried to find a way to defend himself from the questions that threatened to pry him open. It wasn't when I got my FING quirk. Just drop it, Deku. He moved to keep walking, but Deku grabbed his wrist. He yanked it away and glared at him. It doesn't effing matter when it happened. Knowing when doesn't change anything. It matters to me, Kaken. Katsuki stared at him. Why did it matter? The past couldn't be changed. But if the FING loser wanted to rehash everything, then fine. That day I fell into the river. Your self-righteous act of running into the water. Reaching out your hand. Like I needed you. Like you were above me. I hated you from that very moment on. But no matter how much I hated you, no matter how much I beat you down, you never left me the F alone. Always following behind me. Always saying that I was amazing when you really thought higher of yourself. It was disgusting and I hated it. I hated you. Deku's hands were balled into fists. It wasn't a self-righteous act. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I was only thinking about you, not myself. Yeah, you're so high and mighty. You care so much you just want to make sure others are okay. You think that makes you better than me? You think you can look down on me just because I'm not Mr. Compassionate? You Deku. Deku was actually glaring at him now, but he refused to back down. Refused to lose to him. You've decided to believe your own assumptions about me with no actual evidence to back it up. I've told you that I don't look down on you. I've always looked up to you. You think that if I truly believed I was better than you that I would follow you around and tell you how amazing I think you are? You think I kept trying to be your friend when you kept beating me down because I considered myself a better person? A better hero candidate? Just because you're insecure about your personality dash. Katsuki tackled Deku to the ground, receiving a startled yell from the boy. You think you're so effing smart? Katsuki slammed his fist into Deku's face. You think you know me? He raised his fist as Deku began to glow with one for all. He wanted to fight dirty? Katsuki could do that too. His palms began to pop as Deku twisted and kicked him away. With the strength of his quirk, Katsuki ended up slamming into the wall. He began laughing as he pulled himself out of the hole his body had created in the wall. You wanna go? Round 2, huh? Katsuki cracked his knuckles as a smile spread across his face. No, I don't want to fight. I just needed you off of me. You're so weak you needed to use one for all to get me off? You'll never be on the same level as me. No matter how hard you try you dash. That's not true and that's not what we're talking about right now. Katsuki opened his mouth to yell back but Deku continued. All I ever wanted was to be your friend. To have you accept me even though I was quirkless. I wanted you to want me around, that's all. It had nothing to do with thinking I was better than you. If you thought that then that's something you're going to have to figure out yourself. But I'm telling you the truth right now that what you think isn't right when it comes to this. You're wrong about me and my motives. You thought I was worthless as soon as we discovered I was quirkless. Because to you, with all of your praise and ambition and your massive frickin' ego, someone without a quirk was meaningless. But I didn't care. I didn't even care about the person you had become. Because I thought you were awesome. I still think that. I think you're awesome. I wanted to watch you become the hero that I couldn't be. You were victory personified, and I was rooting for you with all my heart. I just wanted you to want me as a friend again. That's all. Deku was breathing heavily, blinking back tears. Katsuki just stared at him. I'm done for the day, I'm going to my room. Deku walked past and up the stairs without saying another word. If you thought that then that's something you're going to have to figure out yourself. Smart as. Thought he was so mature. Thought he knew better than Katsuki. Well, he didn't. Deku was wrong. You've decided to believe your own assumptions about me with no actual evidence to back it up. The front door opened and Katsuki startled. What the hell happened in here? Aizawa-sensei, of all people to come in right now, walked through the door and looked at the scattered furniture. His eyes landed on the hole in the wall and he crossed his arms. Katsuki sighed. It wasn't my fault, that idiot dash. Who threw the first punch? Katsuki grit his teeth and clenched his fists. Me. Your house arrest is being extended to the rest of the week, Aizawa stated, monotone. Fix that during your time, he nodded to the hole. His teacher began walking out, as if he had only come to check on their progress. What about Deku? He also fought back. Stop starting fights with him and I'm sure he wouldn't start anything with you. Aizawa-sensei opened the door. He did start it. He said me the often dash. Bakugou. Katsuki snapped his mouth shut. Fix the DM wall and stop fighting your friend, kid. His teacher left. He's not my FNG friend. He's dead. Katsuki turned to the damaged wall. How the hell was he supposed to fix a hole like that? If Aizawa-sensei was just here then that meant all of those FING extras were probably on their way back right now. He rubbed a hand over his face. Well, if his house arrest had been extended then that meant he had several more days to figure it out, preferably when the building was. Katsuki decided to go to his room for the rest of the day. The next day, after all of the extras had gone to class, both Katsuki and Deku were cleaning the second floor. Neither of them spoke a word to each other, but Katsuki could feel the tension. He hadn't slept the entire night, too caught up in his own bullshit and the words that Deku had said to him. Deku had said to figure his sheet out basically, so he had spent all night doing that. He had things he wanted to say, he just had to figure out how to say them. Today was the last day of Deku's house arrest, so he needed to say everything and ask everything now. The only time they would be alone. Katsuki sighed deeply. He had decided to try. Just to test the waters of attempting to be nicer. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. So you never look down on me? For being hot-headed and lacking hero qualities. Katsuki didn't look up at Deku, he simply kept doing his chore. He could see from the corner of his eye, though, that Deku stopped and looked at him. No. So I just made all of that up, in my head. It was kind of a statement, kind of a question. Katsuki wasn't sure. Yeah. And all that time you just wanted to be friends. Yeah. But I was too much of a stubborn a-hole who wanted to put you down in order to feel better about myself. Deku seemed to hesitate, not knowing if Katsuki was asking him to confirm or deny. It was a precarious comment, and either way he answered might turn into a fiery hot reaction from Katsuki. Yeah. The DMN nerd had grown some ball apparently. Katsuki supposed the way he had treated Deku all these years probably pushed the idiot to be a little bit snarkier with him. Maybe that was a good thing. Give the nerd a little bit of a FNG backbone. Deku, being a little brave with his response, had a small smirk tugging at Katsuki's lips. Katsuki scoffed lightly. Okay, I understand. He grabbed the vacuum. Do. Yeah. Deku looked down at the task he was doing, a small smile on his lips that Katsuki didn't see. What did you think of my new shoot style? The loser was really bringing up their fight right now, but Katsuki saw it for what it was. An olive branch. Maybe their relationship could grow to be the friendship Deku wanted. Maybe. If he didn't PSS Katsuki off too badly. His lack of response had Deku's shoulders sagging slightly. Your movements are too obvious. Deku looked at Katsuki, surprised. He kept his eyes focused on his task. Even when you got faster, I was able to dodge them. You're not going to win any fight that way. And when you added in punches, it really set me off. Got it, Deku responded gently. They continued their chores silently, and Deku went back to classes the next day. The emptiness of the dorms during the day gave Katsuki a lot of time to think. Katsuki still couldn't get any part of his body to obey his wishes. In fact, he could barely feel his body at all. But he could hear, which was new. There was steady beeping nearby, as well as the sound of air whooshing rhythmically. He strained to hear more. The only other sound he could detect was gentle snoring on his right and a quiet shuffling to his left. He gave up and let the nothingness swallow him whole. He should have been found earlier. I trust the pros. I know they know what they're doing, but if you had let me go out there, then I would have been able to find him, and he wouldn't be barely alive in a hospital bed. Katsuki's foggy brain was dragged from the darkness, becoming aware of the sounds around him once again. He didn't even try to move this time. He didn't want to. His body felt like it didn't even exist. Midoriya, you don't know that for sure. Maybe it's time to step out. Go get some sleep and come back later. I can't. What if I leave and he? I'll be here with him or All Might or his parents. He won't be alone. You don't have a choice. It's time to leave. Katsuki wanted to ask what they were talking about. He wanted to look at who was there. But the desire to do anything at all quickly vanished as he felt the void of darkness yank him back down. Someone was crying. Katsuki was aware of sniffling, soft sobs, and someone blowing their nose. FING Deku? He was always crying. Stop crying, you loser. What is there to even cry about? Everything seemed fine. Other than his fuzzy brain. He tried to talk and realized he couldn't. Oh, that's right, he wasn't able to move his body. Where was he? What was that sound? All right, crying. The darkness released its grasp on his mind slowly this time. It took a lot longer for the noises of whatever room he was in to become clear. His eyelids were still heavy. Miraculously, he was able to drag them open. The beeping next to him picked up slightly and his blurry vision began to focus. The room he was in was dark, illuminated only by a gentle blue light coming from his left. He tried to turn his head to look at where the light was coming from but didn't have the energy. His awareness slowly came back. Something was in his mouth, something was choking him, blocking his airway. He tried to breathe in and began choking, coughing, and gagging. The beeping next to his bed skyrocketed. Where the f was he? What was happening? The sound of a door sliding open and hurried footsteps sounded. Someone's hand was on his face and he wanted to JRK away. Don't touch me. What's happening? For the first time, Katsuki noticed someone had been sitting in a chair to the right of his bed. He's choking on the intubation tube. We just need to take it out. Don't worry, this is a good thing. It means he can breathe on his own. His eyes went back and forth wildly as he began to panic about not being able to breathe. Suddenly the tube was gone and he was gasping air in. His throat hurt. He was thirsty. He needed water. Deku, his voice was barely a rasped whisper and he wasn't sure anyone had heard him. Whoever had taken the tube out moved their hands down to a wire or something. They pushed something into the wire and Katsuki could feel the weight in his eyelids get harder to resist. He slipped his panicked gaze to the person who was sitting on the other side. The one who didn't just drag the F out of him. Oh. You're okay, Bakugou, the person said, and something in his brain recognized the rough voice of his teacher before he lost the battle with his heavy eyelids. Katsuki's eyes fluttered open. The room was still dark. He was able to turn his head this time to see the gentle blue lights glowing from the monitors around him. He was in a hospital. There was another soft blue light shining in from the hallway. How did he end up here? He scanned the room slowly. He was alone. Didn't want to be alone. Where was Deku? Was he okay? He had been there, on the mountain. And he didn't know where he went. Had he been taken? Did the League have him? His breaths were coming in hard pants and every breath became more painful than the last. Deku, the voice that came out of him didn't even sound like him. It was hoarse and weak. The door slid open and he moved his eyes over to see who it was. His face was numb but he could feel something running down his cheeks. Aizawa-sensei moved to his bedside quickly, surprise etched in his expression. Bakugou, you're okay. You need to calm down. Deku, he had to know if he was okay. If he had gotten away. He couldn't slow his breathing down and his next breath felt so sharp that he winced. Aizawa-sensei was out of the room in an instant, coming back with a nurse. Katsuki looked at them with wild eyes. This wasn't real. It was fake. It was an illusion. He needed to get out of it. He needed to find the villain and make him stop. He needed to find Deku. He tried to move and fiery pain shot through him, drawing a pained gasp from him. Aizawa-sensei looked worried. Katsuki didn't remember ever seeing the man show any emotion other than boredom. The nurse pushed medication through the 4-axis and pretty soon Katsuki couldn't breathe as quickly as he had been even if he wanted to. Izuku sat at the common room table with his classmates. Everyone had been terribly quiet since Kaken had been in the hospital. It had been 2 weeks since he had found him, and every time he closed his eyes the image of Kaken laying against that wall, covered in blood, appeared. He felt like no matter how much he showered he couldn't get Kaken's blood off. He couldn't stand it. And he couldn't stand the fact that Aizawa-sensei had kicked him out of the hospital room 4 days ago. But he had hoped that he would be able to go see him soon. Today was the day that Kaken would be transferred to the UA hospital. Meaning he didn't need clearance to leave campus to go see him anymore. And if he was being transferred, that meant he was at least somewhat stable. The UA hospital was highly advanced and could handle severe cases, but if he was able to be moved then that meant he wasn't so close to death that he couldn't survive the ambulance ride. He stared at his bowl of cereal, which had gotten too soggy to eat a while ago. He glanced at the clock. Kaken should be on UA grounds in about an hour. His leg was bouncing erratically as he watched the clock count down. The dorm was eerily quiet, and he hated it. It was usually so full of life, laughter, conversation. Even with the threat of the League hanging over them, they never let it change their attitudes. But now that one of their own had been almost killed, it was like the energy had been sucked out of every single one of them. The situation with the League had become too real. Most of the big pros were now being dispatched to search for where they were hiding, worried that Shigaraki was planning something big. Everyone was on high alert, especially now that a student was nearly killed by a League member. Izuku had been struggling to eat and sleep, but he made sure to keep up with his training and take on more training sessions with all might. Aizawa-sensei even agreed to do some extra sessions. He figured maybe his teacher also desired a distraction from the current situation. He wanted to be ready. He had to protect everyone. If he was the one they wanted, then he would be on the front line. Izuku watched the clock as the hour passed. It felt like it was taking years. His leg was bouncing so fast he could probably power the dorms by himself. The front door of the dorms opened and Izuku was out of his seat immediately. Aizawa-sensei stopped in the doorway and nodded. "He's here. You can come see him now." Izuku grabbed his jacket and walked towards his teacher. "Has he woken up at all?" Aizawa-sensei hesitated to answer, which stopped him in his tracks. He looked up at his teacher waiting for his answer, worry evident in his eyes. He sighed. "Yes, he's woken up a couple of times now." Izuku's heart stuttered with hope as Aizawa-sensei continued, "But he hasn't been awake for more than a few minutes at a time. And each time he wakes up he seems to panic. We think he doesn't know where he is or what's happening." "Has Recovery Girl gone to see him?" "She has, but he's not strong enough to withstand her treatment quite yet." Izuku nodded and moved to walk out. Aizawa-sensei put a hand on his shoulder. He stopped and looked up at him. "He's still not stable, okay? And usually we wouldn't allow too many visitors in case he's exposed to something that could make him worse. But I want you to know, every time he's woken up, he's asked for you specifically. After what he's been through, we think it's fair for you to be allowed to visit. You'll have to wear proper protection, of course." His heart pounded so hard in his chest he was worried his teacher could actually hear it. Kaken had been asking for him? They weren't necessarily enemies, but they weren't very close either. So the fact that he was asking for him specifically was unexpected, to say the least. He couldn't help the flutter in his chest at the idea of Kaken actually wanting to see him, to talk to him, to be at his bedside. He nodded. "Why, yeah, of course. I'll wear whatever they need me to." "Good, let's go then. I'll be in the waiting room if you need anything." Izuku nodded at his teacher and put on the face mask. "Thank you, Aizawa-sensei, for letting me see him." "Yeah, well, I figured it would be good for you too, considering you look like you haven't slept in days." He blushed out of embarrassment and simply nodded his thanks before sliding the door open. His heart was beating wildly as he closed the door behind him and moved to the chair next to Kaken's bed. He wasn't awake, but seeing him without the intubation had Izuku blinking tears of relief away. He sat and fought every urge in his body to take Kaken's uninjured hand into his own. He wanted him to know that he was there, that he wasn't alone. Instead, he just sat and watched Kaken's chest rise and fall, listening to his breathing and the cardiac monitor beeping. Katsuki slowly grasped consciousness. It felt like he had to physically drag his brain up to the surface in a puddle of FNG mud. He wanted to stop feeling this way. He wanted to be able to feel his face, feel his body, again. Where the hell was he? What had happened? He forces his eyes open and squinted at the sunlight coming through the window. The light sent a bolt of pain through his head and he groaned, closing his eyes again. Someone turned the DMN lights off. He heard a voice from beside his bed and realized he had been falling back to sleep. He prepared himself for the light and very slowly opened his eyes. It took his vision a moment to focus, and when it did, he slid his gaze to where the voice had come from. Someone was sitting there. Curly green hair. Big green eyes looking at him. That reminded him of something. Something he needed to do or say. He tried to force his foggy FNG brain to remember literally anything. What was it he needed to do? It involved something green like those eyes. That he needed to find Deku and save him from the villain. What was that guy's name again? Why hadn't the pros found Deku yet? Deku, he managed to rasp as he looked at whoever was sitting there. He felt a pressure on his hand, like someone was holding it, but his body was so numb he couldn't tell if that was actually happening or not. "I'm right here, Kaken," Izuku said. Tears had started spilling down his face as soon as Kaken had opened his eyes. He had missed the sight of that crimson so much that his chest hurt. He had decided that he would hold his hand. He couldn't stop himself from doing it even if he wanted to really. If Kaken was sad about it, then he would deal with it later. He had seen him die and get brought back to life several times. The sight of those crimson eyes being so lifeless haunted him at night. So he would hold Kaken's hand and figured they both needed it at this point. He could tell Kaken was not fully aware of his surroundings. His eyes were on Izuku, but they were still dull and confused. He knew that they kept him heavily medicated so that he wouldn't be in too much pain. He respected that decision and he didn't want him to be in pain either, but he wished Kaken could understand that he was there with him. He wasn't alone. Whatever was making Katsuki so numb was wearing off. His vision finally focused. His brain still felt like cotton and his memories were fuzzy, but he could think. Deku was the one sitting there. Katsuki's eyes widened. Deku noticed and leaned forward, watching him intently. Kaken? Deku. You're okay? He slurred. His voice was still so hoarse. Why yes I'm okay, why wouldn't I be? Katsuki took several moments to process what was being said. Ken. His eyes drooped but he forced them open. He had to figure out if this was real. Because if it wasn't he didn't know if he could handle it. Deku shook his head. I wasn't taken, Kaken. You were. Yeah, beat, you were. Not only did Deku look worried as hell, but tears were welling in his eyes. I was there, in the city where we found you. No, in the mountains. Mountains? Why wouldn't his goddamn eyes stay open? Deku wiped his eyes and shook his head. I don't think I understand, Kaken. But I'm okay and you're safe. Why are you seeing? Katsuki couldn't see the nerd's mouth but he could tell he smiled. I'm just glad to see you awake. I wasn't sleeping. That got a small laugh out of Deku, though Katsuki wasn't sure why. You were just resting your eyes, right? And suddenly, there was pain in his chest that somehow broke through the numbness. It felt like it was going to FNG burst. Oh, F. He looked at Deku again whose face had fallen into sheer horror. An alarm started going off somewhere but he couldn't tell where. His vision blurred again. There was movement, yelling, and then the bed was moving. Izuku had seen Kaken's face scrunch up in pain. The cardiac monitor began to blare an alarm, and then he was being pulled out of the room by Aizawa-sensei as multiple hospital staff barged in. He watched as Kaken was rushed down the hallway to the operating room, his teacher behind him with his hands on Izuku's shoulders. Would this ever end? Kaken! Don't fall asleep yet. We have one more All Might video to watch from his rescue today. I wasn't sleeping. I was just resting my eyes. Izuku giggled and held his All Might plush close to himself. You always say that and then you fall asleep anyway. I do not. I'm awake. Play the video. Katsuki sat up and forced his eyes open to watch one last video before Izuku's mom made them go to bed. They watched the video together in Izuku's comfy living room, striking poses just like All Might did. They spent most of the night playing All Might versus villain. Katsuki always got to be All Might while Izuku was the villain. No matter how much Izuku asked to be All Might, Katsuki had said it wasn't his turn yet. Eventually, Izuku's mom had told them to go to sleep. Izuku couldn't wait for their next sleepover. Katsuki had said that he could be All Might next time. Although, Katsuki had always said that. Katsuki hated Izuku's nightlight and called Izuku a wimp for needing it, but Katsuki always fell asleep first. So Izuku waited for the sound of his gentle snoring to turn it on. Katsuki's quirk had manifested just a couple of days later. The next sleepover never came. Whatever surgery they performed on Kaken lasted 7 hours. Izuku stayed in the waiting room, spending his time either pacing or sitting with his leg bouncing 1,000 miles per hour. When Kaken was wheeled back to the room, he was intubated again. His parents were allowed back into the room while Izuku stayed in the waiting room. He stayed there all night, watching the medical staff come and go from the room. Aizawa-sensei stayed as well, but he kept to himself at the back of the waiting room. It was about 4 a.m. when Kaken's parents headed home, reassured that he was stable but that he wouldn't wake up soon. The issue with bringing Kaken to UA's hospital was that it was a pain to get permission to come onto campus. Kaken's father seemed to be understanding of the situation. His mother, on the other hand, was just as fiery as Kaken and seemed ready to fight anyone who told her to stay away. Izuku gave them a friendly nod, but it seemed none of them had the energy to have a conversation. Once they were gone, he immediately asked permission to go in. He knew the chances were low, considering multiple of his classmates from 1A had heard the news and had been told not to visit, but he had to ask. He couldn't go back to the dorm. If he had to walk by Kaken's empty room again not knowing if he was he would lose his mind. Aizawa-sensei had sighed but agreed to ask the medical staff. Miraculously, they agreed to let him go in, saying that, once again, Kaken had been saying Deku over and over. Aizawa-sensei shockingly gave Izuku his phone number, telling him to contact him if he needed to. It was the most un-Aizawa-like thing to do, but he appreciated the gesture greatly. "Don't contact me unless it's actually necessary, Midoriya," he said in his usual monotone. "I'm going to email you lecture materials and assignments. Don't fall behind because of this, you got it? And I still want you to come to combat training, so you better keep yourself fueled and rested. Understand?" "Yes, of course, sensei." "Thank you." His teacher nodded and left him alone outside of Kaken's room. He donned the proper gear and entered the room. For the next week, Izuku stayed in the room with Kaken every moment he could. He read the lecture notes out loud to Kaken. Maybe he could hear him. Maybe he would know that he wasn't alone if he kept talking. When Kaken's parents were there during the day, Izuku attended his classes and combat lessons. He mostly slept next to Kaken's bed. The medical staff had brought in the couch from their own break room for him. Sato had helped him bake cupcakes for them as a way to say thanks for the couch, but also for everything they were doing for Kaken. Sato actually did everything while Izuku watched. His classmates had all come in small groups to visit. They did the same thing Izuku was doing. They talked to Kaken, telling him stories of what they'd been up to, what they'd been learning, and recounting who had been winning their Super Smash Bros. Tournament. Though, they had been playing a lot less these last couple of weeks. 5 days after the emergency surgery, after his combat class, Izuku arrived back at the hospital. It was late evening, so Kaken's parents were gone since non-UA resident visiting hours were limited. He looped the face mask around his ears and went in. A rush of surprise turned to immediate relief as he saw that Kaken was no longer intubated. That means he must have been at least slightly conscious today in order to get the tube out. Izuku had come with a different topic to talk about today. As he sat on the couch, his heart raced. He didn't understand why he was so wildly nervous. He was pretty sure Kaken definitely couldn't hear anything he was actually saying. But with everything that had happened, with the fact that he almost never got to see or talk to Kaken ever again, and the reality setting in that that was even a possibility, had him feeling like he had to say the things he wanted to say. The fact that Kaken was not conscious gave him the courage to bring his diary with him today. He also thought that maybe if he could say everything to unconscious Kaken, that it would help him say it to him while he was awake one day. He subconsciously kept checking that the door was closed and that they were actually alone. Saying all of these things to an unconscious Kaken was pretty much the only amount of attention he could handle for expressing his feelings. He sighed deeply and opened his diary. Katsuki wasn't conscious. He knew that. He felt like he was floating in nothingness. Like he was in space, waiting for gravity to pull him back down. He tried to reach for it. Tried to grab onto any semblance of awareness, but failed. He couldn't feel, see, or smell anything. He couldn't move. He felt stuck. He knew that the feeling should scare him, but he couldn't even feel fear. He couldn't feel fear or anger or panic. He just existed. The only thing he knew, wherever his physical body really was that he could hear. There was shuffling, a deep sigh, and the sound of pages turning. And then there was a voice. A voice so familiar it had Katsuki grasping for some kind of consciousness again. Nothing came from his efforts. Kaken. Katsuki wanted to open his eyes. Wanted to look at him. At Deku. He knew he was there. He could hear him, but he wanted to see him. Wanted to see the look in those deep, expressive green eyes. To see what the nerd looked like. He could hear the melancholy of his voice. The sound was intertwined with a sort of determination and maybe fear. "You know I've always looked up to you. You know I've always been right behind you. And not like in a quirk or power kind of way, of course. You were definitely farther ahead of me in that regard, until only recently, a small huff of a laugh. But I followed you. I admired you, your strength and your perseverance. Your ambition was astounding and you've always been amazing to watch. Even if your ambition has driven you to be... Since you can't hear me, it's always made you pretty mean." The nerd was being pretty FING confident just because Katsuki was barely sentient at this point. "Why yeah, you were pretty mean to me. You hurt me a lot, physically and emotionally." Katsuki would flinch at the words if he could. He was trying to be better. He wasn't the same bratty kid he had been. He had learned from everything that had happened. When you told me to kill myself, F-. He had done that. Well, I wonder what you would have done if I had actually done it. I waited on the roof, nerd. I wouldn't have let you. But I'm getting off track. My point is, your cruelty scared me and I backed off more and more as we got older. But I was still always there. I still admired you. I wanted to be like you. I wanted your confidence, your drive, your ability to do anything you put your mind to. You strive for perfection and you can't stand failure. You were the part of all might that I wanted to be. You faced every challenge with a smile and a determination that shook me to my core. When I was scared during the USJ incident, I told myself to act like you. I borrowed your unyielding confidence and it worked. Tsu, Mineta, and I were able to get away from the villains lurking in the water below us. Your fearlessness and determination made my strategy and actions complete in that moment. I even yelled, "Die!" at the villains like a dork. And not that you're a dork, Kaken. Just that it was dorky of me to say that like I was you. Okay, I'm a little glad you're not awake for that part. You'd probably blow me up for it. A small laugh. He heard the sound of a page turn. You are a dork. Your entire life I watched you be praised because you were good at everything you tried. You were praised for having an amazing quirk, you always had friends and admirers and people in your ear telling you how amazing you were. And I agree with all of those sentiments, you know I do. I was always cheering you on. You were my symbol of victory next to All Might being the symbol of peace. I couldn't wait for you to be a pro. But I'm telling you right now that the person that you are, your quirk aside, is worthy of the same praise. Because you're smart and caring even if you don't know how to express it through words. I see the way you handle others. Even in your anger, you care. You try to hide it, but I'm sorry to say, and I hope you're not mad at me for saying this, but you're terrible at hiding it. You're caring whether you would ever admit that or not. I really like seeing it. I really like Y-. He cleared his throat. This was the exact same thing he had said on the mountain. No, this was what the illusion of Deku had said. That stupid BS Idimori was a real son of Beach. Katsuki couldn't believe he took the time to make the illusion of Deku that realistic. To put the actual notes of his journal into the illusion. To take away Deku's choice of saying them out loud to him first. That dude. I'm your friend, whether you want me to be or not. I have always looked up to you and I always will. I think you're amazing. Being able to compete with you has been a dream come true for me. Being able to be on the same level as you? It's the best feeling ever. I won't let you win easily, you understand? I'm going to put my all into it too. I've put in so much work to catch up to you, I'm never letting you rush ahead of me again. I know I've said most of this to you before, but, well, right now you can't argue with me or try to fight me. Katsuki could hear that Deku was crying. His voice was wavering and the sound of sniffles interrupted his sentences. Katsuki was thankful for just a second that he wasn't actually conscious, unsure of what he would be feeling if he was. He didn't even know what he would say to the nerd. The person that you are, your quirk aside, is worthy of the same praise. Hearing the words that had broken something inside of him on the mountain had Katsuki grabbing onto the nothingness of his consciousness and tearing at it. Wake up. Move, move, move. It was like being able to see the sun through the water, knowing which way he needed to swim to breach the surface and breathe, but being unable to move his limbs in the right direction. His awareness was right there. Under the surface. He could see the sun shining through the water, he just needed to swim. Let me see him. He broke through some mental barrier, his senses barely coming back to him. He focused all of his energy into his good hand. He was able to flex it open for a split second before it relaxed again. Kaken? He heard the book or whatever Deku was holding be put down. He heard him lean forward. He felt Deku's hand take his. He could feel that, though it was still numb, he could feel the pressure of Deku's grasp on this hand. It was bold to take his FANG hand when he couldn't pull away if he wanted to. Did he want to? No, he supposed he didn't. There was a comfort in the gesture. It reminded him that he did have a body, even if he couldn't feel it, and everything would be okay. He kept fighting to wake up. kept trying to get his brain, his limbs, his eyelids, to obey him. He felt exhausted from the effort. The feeling of Deku's hand holding his was fading again. Katsuki felt the slight pang of anger and frustration before he was once again senseless. Kak and I know I started rambling, but my point is, I love and care about you. You mean a lot to me. You balance me out. I just wanted you to know I'm always here for you, and that even though I backed off for a long time, I was still always there if you decided you wanted to be my friend again. I missed you. Not just while you were gone these last couple of weeks, but I missed you every day that you hated me. I miss you right now, actually. I'm glad you're doing better. I'm glad you're breathing on your own. I'm excited to have you back. And if you need me during your recovery, I'll be here. If you tell me to piss this off, I'll respect that too. Okay, I'm sorry, I know you hate me rambling on and on. I'm done now. Don't leave. Katsuki didn't want to be alone again. I'm going to be here all night just like I always am, but I'm going to stop talking your ear off about how I'm feeling and let you rest. I'll be here. Deku murmured, like he had heard Katsuki's thoughts. If Katsuki could feel anything right now, he would feel a wave of relief. The room went quiet again. The only sound the beeping of the monitor next to him. Strangely enough, he hoped Deku was still holding his hand. Katsuki had no idea how long it had been since Deku had said a bunch of sappy shit. Every time he tried to remember what he had said, it got foggier than the last time. Though, that one sentence was stuck in his mind. He was aware of Deku reading lecture notes to him. He was aware of the typing on a keyboard as Deku mumbled everything he was writing. He was aware of his parents coming in to talk to him. Aware of his classmates rambling and being way too loud until Aizawa-sensei threatened to make them leave if they didn't be quiet. Shitty Hair talked about how he missed training in the gym with him every day, even if Katsuki did kick his butt every time. Dunce Face, Ears, and Bird Brain had said they wanted to start a band with him. Raccoon Eyes said she had to get a spider all by herself and that it was scary and that she needed him to come back. She also mentioned that she wanted him to start playing Super Smash Bros. With them so she could kick his butt. He recognized his mom's voice as she fought with the nurses to let them stay. The voice of his father asking her to calm down and let the medical staff do their jobs. The sound of her being practically dragged out. Her voice being right next to his head. He had never heard her voice be that gentle, be that caring. She had always been just as fiery as he had, no filter on anything she said. Hearing the sorrow in her voice made Katsuki uncomfortable. But it also made him feel something else, something foreign. He ignored it. His father crying softly on the other side of him, telling Katsuki that he was sorry. Though Katsuki didn't really know what he was apologizing for. It had been his own DMN fault for getting into this mess. He heard Recovery Girl come in and talk about using her quirk to finish the healing of his concussion. That it was one of the worst concussions she had ever seen and it needed to be healed first in order to prevent long-term issues. He could hear everything. He just couldn't get himself to wake the F up. His body wouldn't obey him no matter how hard he tried. The only time it had was when Deku had said those words to him. The person that you are, your quirk aside, is worthy of the same praise. He thought about what the illusion of Deku had said on the mountain. He had said as much, that not only was he worthy of praise but he was worthy of rest too. Katsuki hated to admit it, but maybe the DMN nerd was right. The only sound in the room was the gentle beeping of the machines and some light snoring next to Katsuki. He readied himself for disappointment as he tried to get himself to wake up. Only this time, his eyes fluttered open. His body and face were numb and his brain was fuzzy. But he was finally awake. He sighed a breath of relief and blinked, forcing his vision to focus. Scanning the room, he saw Deku on a small couch to the right of his bed, snoring lightly. He looked as if he had fallen asleep while studying. His face was gently illuminated by the glow of his laptop. Books and papers were scattered on the couch around him. He was in an awkward position, sitting against the back of the couch with his head hanging forward. If he kept sleeping like that, he'd definitely wake up in pain. Katsuki tried to move, tried to get to Deku in order to lay him down and give him one of his blankets, but his body was still so numb. He grabbed hold of his blanket and tried to reach it over to the DMN nerd, but he could only lift it so far. Sheet! he grunted and laid back against his pillow. He couldn't do anything and it set him off. He heard the door begin to slide open. If they saw he was awake, would they put him out again? He didn't want to. He wanted to be awake. He wanted to have his senses back. He didn't want to go back into the space of nothingness. He closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Though, he actually ended up fighting to stay awake once his eyes were closed again. So he opened them just slightly and watched as All Might came into the room. It wasn't a nurse to put him out, but he didn't particularly feel like facing All Might right now. He watched through barely opened eyes as All Might cleaned up the papers around Deku. He laid him down and had brought a blanket in for him. Once he covered him with the blanket, he looked over at Katsuki. He closed his eyes fully now, so All Might wouldn't see. Once All Might was gone, Katsuki looked over at Deku. He was sleeping so peacefully, snoring gently. Katsuki had never known that Deku snored. It wasn't abrasive or loud, it was kind of adorable. Deku hadn't snored on the mountain, did he? Katsuki supposed Mori didn't know everything because he had missed that detail. If Katsuki had known that Deku snored, would he have caught on to the illusion sooner? He supposed it wouldn't have mattered if he did. The room felt still. It felt silent and unmoving. His head was still fuzzy from whatever medication they were keeping him on. It was the medication, right? The fuzziness in his head? He looked at Deku again. Had he snored on the mountain? Did Deku really snore? Or was it a guess that Mori had made? Was this Deku just an illusion? Was the room? Was All Might? The medication could be fake too. But the illusion of the desert had fed with his actual body, so even if it was an illusion, he still couldn't move. Was Mori watching him? Seeing how he would react to this illusion? He had enjoyed Katsuki's reactions to the other ones. Theodorm. Was Mori here right now? Watching him experience something that was even real? Had he ever escaped? Was he still tied to the chair in the weird hideout? No, he had to have made it out. Remembered it. But was it effing real? The beeping next to him increased and his breathing became sharp and painful as he tried to get air into his lungs. It felt like his chest was being squeezed. He couldn't get enough air in. The fuzziness in his head, was it real? Was it the quirk? Was it really medication? Katsuki panted and gripped his chest with his good arm. It FING hurt. He couldn't FING breathe. Nothing made sense. He didn't care if this Deku was fake. He needed him to wake up. Deku's eyes snapped open and he was up instantly at the sound of Katsuki's voice. Kaken. I'm here. Deku took Katsuki's good hand in his, taking it away from his chest. Breathe, Kaken. It's okay. Deku reached for the call button but Katsuki stopped him. He didn't want to fall into nothingness again. Are we real? Katsuki slurred, the panic and the medication making it hard to speak. Real? Yes, I'm real, Kaken. You're okay. You're in the hospital but you really need to calm down. If you don't then I have to get the nurse. You can't put yourself through too much. Tell me something only you would know. Only the real you would know. Something not in YR diary. Katsuki gasped out, looking at him with wild, panicked eyes. Deku thought for a second, I'm okay. When we were kids we would play All Might versus Villain and you never let me be All Might because you said I wasn't strong or cool enough. Katsuki's panting actually slowed a little. You have to bring up me being the whole to convince me that you are real? He said between breaths. I don't know. Katsuki couldn't help it, he began laughing. He didn't even know why. Because Deku had decided to use a memory of him being a total JRK to reassure him, or because he actually believed that this was the real Deku and it brought him so much relief. Kaken please. I'm worried anything could make you get worse again. I'm some fragile piece of glass, him nerd. Katsuki growled but it didn't have any bite to it because he was still laughing a little and he was exhausted. Are you okay? Katsuki hadn't realized tears had started spilling down his cheeks. He took in a sharp breath and winced. I'm going to get the nurse, okay? Deku moved but Katsuki tightened his grip on Deku's hand. Don't go, Katsuki ignored the fact that he sounded pathetic asking Deku to stay like that. But he couldn't handle the idea of being alone. He couldn't. He wasn't sure when he had become so soft, so needy, but he knew that Deku wouldn't judge him for it. It took him a while to accept that. But he knew it was true. Deku's expression was unreadable. It was a mixture of something warm and gentle with concern and uncertainty. Okay, Kaken. Not going anywhere. Deku let go of Katsuki's hand and pushed the couch closer to the bedside. Katsuki didn't like the feeling of his hand being let go, which was incredibly odd. When the hell did he start enjoying any form of physical touch? Especially from Deku? It had to be the meds. There was no other explanation. He tried to think of anyone else touching his hand. He'd hate it. Even if his own mother took his hand, he would feel uncomfortable and probably yank it away. But Deku? He suddenly was okay with something like that if it was Deku? Maybe Mori really was still in his head. Deku, he opened his eyes, which he hadn't realized he had closed, and looked over at the couch. Deku was gone. There was daylight shining through the window now. But Deku was gone. Just like on the mountain. He had been real though, right? He had said something only he would know. But it was such a simple fact that Deku had given him. Mori could have taken a wild guess based off of the things written in Deku's diary. Katsuki couldn't FNG take this. He couldn't tell if he had fallen asleep or if nothing he was seeing was real. Was he stuck in a purgatory of illusions? Would he never actually see anyone he cared about again? Was he dead? How could he ever be sure? He had to fight. He had to get out of here. He had to do something. He didn't want to be in this mess anymore. How was he ever supposed to know if he had gotten out? If the people he was talking to, if the pain he was feeling, if the injuries to his body were real? FC, he slurred as he tried to get up. He had to leave. He had to fight Mori. He had to finish this so he wasn't trapped anymore. The cardiac monitor was beeping wildly as he forced himself to stand. The world was spinning around him and his legs felt like jelly. It's not FNG real. He pushed every negative feeling he was experiencing and forced himself forward. Small pops emanated from his good hand. He would end this right now. As he made his way to the door, he disconnected every piece of medical equipment attached to him and ripped out his I'll kill you, Leibar. He managed to slide the door open before fully collapsing into the hallway. His breath came out in wheezes as he tried to force himself up again. He couldn't keep his eyes open anymore, so he focused on one last drop of energy into his palm. Izuku had been on his way out of the hospital when he stopped in the waiting room to talk to Aizawa-sensei. His teacher was also on his way out to go teach class, and Izuku figured he could ask him a question about the upcoming exam as they left. Kaken's parents were running late for their visiting time, and Izuku didn't like the idea of him being alone for too long. When Kaken had woken up, he had gone into a full-on panic attack. Izuku had never ever seen Kaken like that. The wild panic and uncertainty in Kaken's eyes had freaked Izuku out if he was being honest. What had made him so scared? To see his childhood best friend who had never been scared of anything in his entire life look terrified had kept him awake all night. He watched Kaken's breathing to make sure he was okay, and if Kaken woke up again then Izuku would be there for him. Kaken hadn't even flinched from Izuku holding his hand. He hadn't cussed him out for thinking it was okay to touch him. But it had just felt like the right thing to do at the moment. He wanted to give Kaken any form of comfort possible. And he accepted it without complaining. That worried Izuku even more. What had happened to him while he was missing? Aizawa-sensei. Izuku stopped walking towards the exit and glanced back at the room. His teacher stopped too and turned to face him. What's up, kid? We need to find out what happened. He woke up while I was there last night and he was panicking. He asked me to tell him something only I would know. He thought I wasn't real. I don't know what to do. I'm worried about him. What do we do? His teacher looked pensive for a moment. Apparently he's done that almost every time he's woken up. Immediately panicked. Which is why he's always asleep. They can never get him to calm down, so they have to sedate him. I was able to calm him down. He fell asleep in the middle of our conversation after I did. You're the only one that has been successful in calming him down at this point then. The villain who took him still hasn't given us any information. Now that Bakugou's head injury has been healed, he should have a better grasp on what happened. But he can't tell us if he can't calm down. I don't want him to be alone, sir. Izuku looked up at him with tears in his eyes. He knew non-injured Kaken would hate his guts for worrying so much. And maybe Izuku was crossing a boundary that he shouldn't by being so involved in Kaken's time at the hospital. But Izuku had waited for years for Kaken to want to be his friend again, to want him around. So even if the circumstances were awful, Izuku would take the opportunity to be here for his friend when his friend continuously asked for him. When he was the only one who could calm him down. Izuku would be there for him, no matter what. Aizawa-sensei sighed. He won't be alone. His parents will be here soon. We both need to get to class right now. I understand you're worried, but he's in good hands. Alright. Izuku gave up on the idea of asking to stay until Kaken's parents showed up, knowing that he couldn't miss any more classes. He would be here again later, and it would be okay. He tried to convince himself that it was okay and that Kaken would be okay without him. But he couldn't help feeling like Kaken needed him and he should be there. What if he woke up in a panic again and no one could calm him down? He knew Kaken would never admit it if he wasn't heavily drugged and severely injured, but he needed Izuku right now. And, selfishly, Izuku was happy to be needed by him. He was happy to be around him, to be a source of comfort and calm. Obviously, he didn't want Kaken to be in this situation. If he could go back in time and make sure this never happened, even if it meant going back to the awkward acquaintanceship that they had going on, he would do it in a heartbeat. He never wanted to see Kaken in pain or scared. Izuku's heart squeezed at the memory of Kaken saying he was scared in the ambulance. As Izuku and Aizawa-sensei began moving towards the exit again, the sound of a door sliding open and a loud gasp from the nurse's station had both of them turning around. Kaken was dragging himself out of his room. He was muttering something incoherent as he collapsed in the hallway. Izuku's eyes widened in horror at the sight of Kaken's good hand beginning to glow red. "Oh shit," Aizawa-sensei said. Kaken." He moved without thinking, running to his friend. If he set off his quirk, he could damage the hospital and hurt people. He was trying to fight something that wasn't even there. He wasn't in his right mind. Nurses were moving towards Kaken quickly, but Izuku reached him first. "Stay back!" Izuku yelled as he dove for his friend, right as Kaken's palm exploded. Katsuki felt his explosion make its impact on flesh. Was it enough? Was he free? Right as the explosion went off, Izuku had lunged and grabbed hold of Kaken's arm, blocking the explosion with his body so no one else got hurt and the hospital didn't sustain any damage. "Midoriya!" Aizawa-sensei was at his side. "I'm good, it's just burns." Izuku groaned and slowly stood up. There was searing pain along his right arm and chest. "Is everyone else okay?" Nurses nodded as they began carefully moving Kaken onto a transfer tarp. "What is going on out here?" Izuku turned, holding his right arm close to him, to the sound of Recovery Girl's voice. He was going to explain, but he didn't even know how to describe what had happened or why it had happened. He opened and then closed his mouth. It seems Bakugou had another panic attack. But this time he made it all the way out here. Something's going on in his head that's making him act like this. But he hasn't been conscious enough to explain it. Aizawa-sensei sighed. Please let me stay with him. Please." Izuku turned his pleading eyes to his teacher and then to Recovery Girl. "I'll help him. He listens to me when he's awake." Aizawa-sensei sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Fine with me if Recovery Girl says it's okay. Obviously the situation here is different than we expected." I don't see why it would be an issue. It seems that may be the best option for right now. As long as you don't fight with him. I know how you two are. His heart can't take much stress right now, especially on top of the panic he's already experiencing. It took several hours to repair the damage. I don't want to have to do that again." Izuku gave a sigh of relief. "Thank you." He looked over at the nurses moving Kaken back to his bed. He had reopened the stab wound on his chest and the impalement wound in his abdomen, which were bleeding through the bandages. He would never get any better if he kept this up. Izuku needed to be there to help when he woke up. "I'll let his parents know. You can stay, Midoriya. But if you fall behind in class anymore, it could be detrimental to your grade at this point. Be smart about this. You don't want to repeat the year," his teacher urged, monotone. Izuku nodded. "Yes, of course. I understand." I won't fall behind anymore. Let me heal those burns, Midoriya. Recovery girl beckoned him over to her office. See, can you help Kaken first? He doesn't have the stamina right now, especially after pulling that stunt. Plus the nurses are more than capable of handling minor bleeding. Come now, I'm sure those burns hurt. The pain was unbearable, but Izuku was more worried about his friend. His pain tolerance had increased exponentially with all of the times he's broken his bones. He followed Recovery Girl hesitantly and let her use her quirk to heal him. He went back to Kaken's room after being healed, feeling groggy due to the stamina the quirk used. His right arm, shoulder, and his chest were wrapped in bandages, but were mostly healed. There was only a dull stinging left over. Kaken was asleep. He was hooked back up to all of his machines and his four was placed at a different axis, a bandage around the old axis. Izuku relaxed at the peaceful look on his friend's face and sat down on the couch, which he had pushed so close to the bed that he couldn't walk in front of it. He went over the armrest and scooted until he was in the center. Kaken, I know you can't hear me, but please do not ever do that again. He sighed and laid back against the couch, letting the grogginess from being healed take over him. He figured Kaken would be out for a while, so he let himself fall asleep. Katsuki dragged his eyes open. It was nighttime once again, the room dark except for the usual blue glow of the monitors. He had gotten up. He remembered that. He had used his quirk. Well, at least he confirmed he could still use it. He was still in this room, with the same injuries. Had the impact he'd felt not been enough to defeat Mori? Was he still in an illusion? If he was, then the BSRD was really FING committed to his DMN bit. How had he not exhausted the quirk by now? He looked to the right and saw Deku sleeping on the couch. His heart rate slowed and he relaxed back against the pillow. He didn't have the energy to care if this Deku was real or not. If this Deku was fake, maybe this was the Deku that had been there with him while he tried to get back home. If any of that had even happened. Whatever, who cares if it did? He opened his mouth to speak and realized how dry his mouth was. If he was thirsty, his throat felt like someone had stuck a hot iron down it. Ooh, he rasped, barely audible. The boy didn't stir, he just kept gently snoring. Katsuki tried to clear his throat and ended up coughing violently. Pain broke through the numbness with each cough. That woke the DMN nerd up. Deku sat up quickly and leaned forward over Katsuku's bed. Hey, you're awake. Are you okay? Water. Oh, of course, I'll be right back. Deku was out of the room in an instant and Katsuki tried to ignore the fact that he was alone. He was getting sick and tired of being afraid and weak and ridiculous. If this hospital bed was real, he was sick of laying in it all day. But if it wasn't real, then maybe he could rest without guilt. He was Katsuki Bakugou. He could handle anything. Anything. But he did think sleeping sounded nice. Deku came back with a small paper water cup and handed it to Katsuki. He downed it in a couple of gulps and sighed. It didn't do much for the pain in his throat, but he felt a lot better and his mouth didn't feel like a desert. Like the desert he was trapped in for days. He looked at Deku, who gave him a small smile. His brain still felt like it was underwater and he couldn't feel his body. Even his face was numb. So, are you a new Elshaun or the same as before? Katsuki panted. That looked at him with confusion and concern etched into his features. I'm sorry, I don't think I understand what you're asking, Kaken. Don Actidi, nerd, you are member the Montaigne? Katsuki cursed his FANG brain for not being able to put sentences together. His voice was weak and he couldn't help but slur his words. Whatever meds they had him on were strong as F-. He couldn't even lift his head off of the pillow. Deku shook his head. I don't remember a mountain. Kaken, you were badly injured when I found you. I hadn't seen you in weeks at that point. Katsuki willed his brain to keep up with what Deku was saying. So, is this real then? Well, it happened to Mori. The villain was arrested. You gave him one hell of a beating, Kaken. I didn't even have to do much once I got there. What did he do to you? You're saying he's gone? For sure? You don't remember the time we were together? Deku shook his head slowly. No, I'm sorry, Kaken. I wasn't there with you. I would have been if I could, but we didn't know where you were. And they wouldn't let me leave campus. We don't know much about what happened to you. I asked you, real or not, Katsuki rasped. Mori had studied Deku enough to make his illusion realistic. The things Deku said and did were pretty much what Katsuki expected from him. So he truly couldn't tell if this Deku was telling the truth. He needed to get his sheet together. What does he know? Nothing. He knows nothing. The one thing he remembered, the one thing he could grasp onto, was being able to hear while he was unconscious. He remembered his parents talking to him. His friends, his teachers, the doctors and nurses talking around him. He remembered small bits of the nerd spilling his effing guts to him. There was no way those things had been fake. There was a possibility that Mori had somewhat been able to know his classmates well enough to make illusions of them and have them talk about Super Smash Bros. But he had no way of knowing his parents. And Mori was a idiot, so there was no way he could create the nurses and doctors who were saying things that Katsuki barely understood. This had to be real. It was too elaborate for one man using a quirk he had only had for a couple of weeks to do. This Deku was real. Katsuki relaxed back against his pillows. He could finally relax. What an amazing feeling after weeks of being on edge. She had multiple quirks? Could make tactile illusions with R. Katsuki rasped in between ragged breaths. Multiple quirks? How is that possible? All for one story. Deku nodded. That's okay, you can tell me some other time. Did you still want me to stay with you, Kaken? There was something akin to hope in the nerd's green eyes. Don't want to be alone, Katsuki breathed. If this was real, the idea of being completely and utterly alone like he had for the entire time he was missing had his chest squeezing. He had no desire to be alone. Well, as long as the person who was there with him was Deku. Katsuki still felt annoyed by the idea of people being around him, but Deku was different now. Katsuki was different now, in a way. He had felt for months that he was struggling with his sense of self, who he was as a person. It's why he had been so angry and frustrated. Because no matter how hard he tried to go back to who he was before being taken by the League, something fundamental had changed within him. He used to feel only burning hatred for Deku. He had hated the way Deku had always been so high and mighty, so humble and compassionate. Everything that Katsuki was not. But ever since that stupid incident, Katsuki actually felt respect for the shitty nerd. He felt like when they worked together they became unstoppable. Deku's compassion mixed with Katsuki's determination as well as both of their drives to succeed. They were an unbreakable force together. It set him off and fed his pride at the same time. It was confusing and annoying. It only took Katsuki 13 years and 2 kidnappings to understand it. And almost dying too, he supposed. At least he knew that he would win in any stubbornness competition. Though, maybe Deku would give him a run for his money in something like that too. The thought annoyed Katsuki. Did Deku have to be right next to him for everything? Why was Deku an important part in every thought he had? Why did he even care so much about where Deku stood in every major event of his life? Okay, we'll make sure you're not alone. But did you want someone else here? Katsuki thought about it. He trusted Deku, whether he liked this fact or not. No, he didn't want someone else in here. Deku understood him the most out of anyone. He had seen his pain, his vulnerability. No one else. Deku nodded and smiled wide. Oh hey, Kaken. Don't get all sappy, like a Timon nerd. Deku gave a gentle laugh at that. Right, sorry. Katsuki wanted to talk to Deku more, now that he had the comfort of knowing that everything was real, though he was set off about the fact that he really had almost died to that villain son of a bitch. He wanted to stay awake. He was fighting a losing battle against his eyelids though, and he knew he couldn't stay awake much longer. A small pang of uncertainty hit him and he looked back at Deku. Don't leave. Surprise lit Deku's eyes, which quickly turned to something else Katsuki couldn't decipher. Deku nodded. I won't. With the certainty that Deku would stay, Katsuki let his eyelids win the stupid battle and they slid closed. Kaken barely woke up over the next 2 days, and when he did, he was too out of it to talk. But he seemed to recognize or remember that Izuku was there, because he would say his name. Every time he said it, Izuku felt a small flutter in his chest. which had been happening to him when it came to Kaken ever since their time on house arrest together. When they had mended something small but important in their relationship. When Kaken had started looking at him differently. When Kaken had started putting effort into being different. When Izuku started feeling something more than he ever had. It was such a 180 turn from where their relationship was just months ago, but Izuku couldn't even bring himself to reject it or fear it. Yeah, Izuku had known for a couple of months now what he felt about Kaken, but he had never dared to express it. Not with the way Kaken had hated him. The last several months of getting sorta kinda closer than before had been everything Izuku had wanted. He just wanted Kaken to know that he cared about him. But nothing more than that, because he didn't want to ruin the delicate friendship they had going. He wasn't about to go back on months of progress just because he was too eager about Kaken wanting him around. As long as he didn't totally hate him anymore, he was perfectly content with their friendship. Whenever Kaken's parents showed up, Izuku would leave the room, but he stayed at the hospital now. Kaken had asked him to stay, so he would. The couch wasn't the most comfortable thing to sleep on, but he was still so grateful that the hospital staff let him use it. It was much better than the tiny chair he had been sleeping in previously. Kaken asking him to stay, and being somewhat nice, had Izuku feeling brave. He felt like he could say everything he had said while Kaken was in a coma, except for the part where he almost confessed his real feelings. So when he walked into the room, the sun setting outside, he held his journal in his hands. Much to his surprise, Kaken was awake, his eyes locking on Izuku as he walked in. His heart stuttered at his crimson eyes. They were like the sun when the sky was filled with smoke. He had wanted the friendship back for the last 12 or 13 years of his life, and he was finally getting it. He would not ruin it. He would not ruin it. Hi Kaken. You're awake. Izuku smiled and made his way to the couch. How are you feeling? I'm fine. Kaken watched him sit. He seemed more alert today, though Izuku could tell he was still heavily sedated. His eyes were still a little droopy, but they were alert. They weren't dull, unseeing, lifeless. Izuku released the breath he didn't realize he was holding. The image of Kaken laying in the rubble still haunted him. Whenever he tried to sleep in his dorm room, he couldn't close his eyes without the image popping up, like it was seared into the back of his eyelids. He slept a lot better when he was in the hospital room. You always say you're fine. Even when you're not. Well, I'm fine. As fine as I can be, considering the sheet that H penned. I'm glad. The bravery the Izuku had walked in with was gone. Looking into Kaken's crimson eyes intimidated him. He could feel his heart slamming against his chest at the simple idea of telling Kaken everything he wanted to. Maybe awake Kaken didn't need to hear the things that sleeping Kaken had. Maybe that was for the best. What the hell H pen to wire arm? Kaken nodded to his bandaged arm and Izuku blushed. Oh, it was just an accident that happened a couple days ago. I'm all good. Recovery girl healed most of the burns. Burns? What happened? And nothing, just something stupid during training. Izuku knew Kaken would blame himself if he told him. He needed to focus on recovering, not any guilt for something he had no control over. Was it half and half BSRD? Kaken's eyes flared with anger. Was Kaken mad on Izuku's behalf? No. It was no one's fault. Just my usual clumsiness. Katsuki eyed him suspiciously. If you say so. There was an awkward silence. Izuku wasn't sure what to say now that he chickened out of telling Kaken everything. Deku. Izuku raised his head. He hadn't realized he had looked away. He met Kaken's eyes. They were full of expectation and Izuku didn't know why. Why ya, Kaken? Is it a reason you brought a chair now with you? Oh, it's just notes for class. Have to make sure I don't fall behind. 'Cause you don't leave the H-Pidal? 'Cause of me. I do leave sometimes. I have to shower and eat and everything. But I leave when your parents are here so that you're not alone. Kaken looked away, looking like he wanted to say something, but he was going back and forth on the decision to speak. I want to be here, Kaken. Their eyes met again. Izuku couldn't decipher the emotion he saw in Kaken's eyes. I'm happy to be here for you. I'm happy you want me here. He could tell Kaken was fading fast. His eyes were drooping further and his speech was becoming more slurred. They must have given him his meds right before Izuku came in. I've told you many times, I'm here for you. You're my friend. He couldn't say everything that he had written in his journal, but he could repeat the things he had already said to him. Maybe he'd really listen now. Kaken gave a weak scoff at his use of the word friend. It hurt Izuku a little, but he knew Kaken didn't mean it in a negative way. He knew his friend was just bad at expressing things and putting labels on his relationships. His scoffs were just a cover for what he felt. Don, why you miss sleepin' in our bed? Izuku watched him fight his eyes, trying to force them to stay open. Izuku shook his head. He blushed. I sleep better when I'm here actually. That woke Kaken up just slightly. His eyes full of confusion as they slipped closed again against his will. Izuku couldn't help but smile at how hard Kaken was fighting to stay awake and talk to him. You do? Why? He didn't really want to broach that subject. Izuku felt it wasn't important for Kaken to know the visual of him being basically dead was haunting him. They could talk about it when he was better. When his eyes could stay open. He did his best attempt at avoiding the question. I'm just glad I can help by being here for you, Kaken. You saved him if no. A deep breath from Kaken and a barely noticeable lift of his eyelids. It wasn't that he might out there? He didn't know what Kaken was talking about, but the pure sincerity in his slurred voice had tears springing to Izuku's eyes. Even if it wasn't really me, I'm glad the fake me still helped you. Like I said, Kaken, I'll always be here for you. I care about you, he wiped his eyes. You didn't nothing. Kaken was asleep before he could finish the sentence. Breathing deeply and evenly, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. It was probably a bad thing for Kaken to fight sleep like that in his condition. He would heal faster if he slept. Izuku couldn't help but watch his friend's peaceful sleeping face. He had fallen asleep with his head turned towards him. His lips slightly parted. Izuku's eyes dropped, catching himself staring. He blinked and shook his head to stop the thoughts that threatened to surface. He looked down at his journal. Whatever had happened to Kaken while he was missing had changed something. He had never heard him say anything like that to anyone. Ever. And definitely not with sincerity like that. Izuku wondered what had happened and what it meant for their relationship moving forward. He laid back on the couch, pulling out his laptop. He had assignments to finish before he could get some sleep. Kaken slept most of the time over the next 3 days again. Izuku only got the chance to talk to him for small amounts of time, and he was pretty sure Kaken wasn't even aware that he was falling asleep while talking. It sounded like Kaken might get discharged back to the dorms this next week. The nurses said they were going to stop the heavy pain meds in the next coming days and begin his physical therapy. All good news, but Izuku couldn't help but feel a little worried that Kaken would start pushing him away again once everything was back to normal. So far, Kaken had wanted him around and hadn't asked him to leave. He didn't want that to change. What their relationship had been like before Kaken went missing was teetering precariously between real friendship and just acquaintances. Izuku had been desperately trying to nudge it towards the former without pushing Kaken too far and having it blow up in his face. Literally. Izuku dried his hair with his towel, got dressed, and grabbed his backpack. This would probably be one of the last days he'd be spending at the hospital with Kaken. Maybe he would still want him to be around, considering he was still going to be recovering technically. Maybe he'd let Izuku help him. Just a little longer. He made his way down the stairs of the dorm and past the common room. Hey Midoriya. Are you on your way to the hospital again? Ida called out. Izuku looked over at his friend in the common room and smiled. Yeah. Kaken's parents' visits are shorter now that he's doing better. So I'm going a little bit earlier now. Is he going to be able to come back to the dorms soon? Kirishima asked. Recovery Girl said he should be able to come back in the next couple of days. He still has a lot of recovering to do, but he's well enough to not stay in the hospital. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. That's awesome, I'm glad he'll be back soon. Uraraka said with a kind smile. I just hope he lets us help him instead of cussing us out. Kaminari added. Izuku laughed a little at that. Yeah, because Bakugou is known for being not stubborn. Kirishima joked. That earned a giggle from everyone. Oh, we should throw a welcome back party for him. Mina jumped up. He would hate that. Jairu commented. Aw, but it would be so fun. Mina pouted. Maybe he'd be okay if we just had a Super Smash Bros. Tournament? Nothing too fancy or upbeat. Yorozu chimed in. Oh, what's his favorite food? We could do that. He can eat regular food now, right? We'll just make it for him and then play games. Mina was getting very excited about the idea. I don't know his favorite food. I don't know if he'll be up to it. Izuku was bothered by the fact that he didn't know Kaken's favorite food. He should know that, shouldn't he? It'll be fuyuin and I think he'll like it. It's not like there's going to be streamers and balloons. It'll be totally low-key. Mina nodded, but Izuku didn't think she knew what low-key meant. Well, maybe I'll ask him what he thinks, Izuku offered. No. It has to be a surprise. I understand, and I know you guys haven't been able to go see him in a couple days, but he's still in bad shape. They're only agreeing to discharge him because the dorms are so close and he has all of his appointments set up. I just don't think he'll be up to it. Izuku anxiously played with the straps of his backpack. He wanted to do something for Kaken too, but he worried it would be too much. Todoroki spoke up for the first time. I think it would be okay, Midoriya. I'm sure he's tired of being in the hospital room. As his friends, we should welcome him back. Okay, but try to actually keep it low-key, okay? I want to make sure he recovers properly. I know that's not really my job, but, he trailed off, I should get going. He started to make his way to the door. We'll keep it totally low-key. Promise. Mina gave a little salute. Bakugou obviously likes having you around, Midoriya. I'm sure he'll let you help him out. Tokoyami said from the couch. Izuku blushed. I think he just wants me around because of whatever happened while he was gone. So I don't know if he'll still want me around once he's back here. Oh, I'm sure he'll want you around still. Mina gave Izuku a wink which made him blush harder, becoming a stuttering mess. I don't know, I gotta go. Don't want to be late. He quickly made it to the door before they could insinuate anything else about his relationship with Kaken. See you guys later. He heard some of them booing jokingly and yelling at him to come back, but he kept walking, making his way down the steps. Izuku knew that most of his friends were aware of the way he felt about Kaken. He was never able to keep his blushing at bay when talking about him. Add in the fact that he's always the first to jump to Kaken's defense or have something to say when Kaken is the topic of conversation. He was never very good at hiding his emotions. Kaken was asleep when he got there and didn't wake up once. Okay, good, now follow my finger with your eyes, Recovery Girl instructed, and Katsuki obeyed. As he followed her wrinkly but fingers, she shined a light in his eyes. Hey, good. Let me check your arm now. He begrudgingly let the old woman check him over. He could put up with it if it meant getting the hell out of here. He was sitting on the bed with his feet on the ground, letting her inspect his arm. Your cast can come off, but we'll keep it in a sling since your shoulder has been giving you some pain. It'll have to heal naturally at this point. Can I go back to the dorms? Recovery Girl sighed. I don't think you're quite ready for that, Bakugou. Katsuki ground his teeth. I'm fine. Really, you're not in any pain? She gave him a quizzical look. Katsuki looked away. That's what I thought. Anger burned in his chest, or was it the stab wound? He couldn't tell. He just wanted to get the F out of the DMN hospital room. They had taken him off of the heavy meds yesterday, and he was lying when he said he felt fine. He felt like shit, but his desire to leave was stronger than the pain. You said that if I committed to bed rest that I could go back to the dorms. I told you I wouldn't do anything stupid. I'm not FNG idiot kid that can't accept when he's hurt. She gave him a questioning look that had a little humor in it. I somehow doubt that, Bakugou. You seem about ready to walk out of here whether I say you can or not. He gave her a half-hearted shrug, a small smirk on his face. Okay, well, if you let me leave today then I promise to listen to all of your orders. And I don't break my promises. He gave her a serious look. She sighed again. Suppose I could let you. Katsuki perked up immediately. He missed his comfy as F bed and not being in a DMN hospital gown. On the condition that you are strictly on bed rest. No hero stuff, no stairs, no roughhousing with your friends. And no walking to class either. Aizawa has been kind enough to gather everything you've missed into a packet. I also heard that Midoriya has been taking notes for you. Speaking of which, Midoriya is the other condition for your release. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at her. What do you mean? I talked to the boy and we agreed that you would most likely push for an early release. I decided I would consider it if you agreed to have Midoriya take care of you, as well as make sure you're following your discharge orders. You think I need that DMN nerd to watch after me? I don't need a goddamn babysitter. I can follow the discharge orders by myself. I can take care of myself. I'm not a kid. I understand where you're coming from, Bakugou, but you just said you can admit when you're hurt, so it's time to live up to that statement and admit you may need help during your recovery. If you want to leave again, then you have to agree to Midoriya helping you out. Katsuki clenched his fists. She got him on that one. He couldn't come up with a counter-argument against his own words. Fine, he bit out. But only if I actually need him. I guess that's the best we're gonna get with you. All right. You can go home once Midoriya gets here. Now don't fight me on this part. He's taking you back to the dorms in a wheelchair. I'm also sending you home with a cane. Katsuki opened his mouth to argue, but she continued. No arguing. It's only temporary. Trust me, you'll be grateful to have something to put your weight on. Those wounds in your chest and abdomen are still healing and will be for a while. Don't be stubborn, boy. Katsuki's frown deepened, which didn't seem possible because his face already hurt from how hard he was frowning before learning about the cane. FNG cane? Was he 80 years old? Fine. He forced the word out. Anything to go home. Good. I've left your packet full of discharge orders as well as all of your appointments over on the side table. Oh, and your mediations. Don't skip them. Your parents brought you clothes to change into, those are in the bag right there, she pointed. If you need anything else, let me know. And if you need anything while you're at home, let Midoriya know. She said the last part with a smile. The old hag knew how to PSS him off, that's for sure. She left the room and Katsuki looked at the bag of clothes. How the f was he going to change with his arm in a sling and stitches in his torso? He narrowed his eyes at the door. She totally knew he was going to run into this problem. She wouldn't win. He was not staying in this FING place. He stood, ignoring the dizzy spell that took hold of his senses, and yanked off the gown with his good arm. He could do the sheet. He could not do the sheet. He had one of his legs in his sweatpants as he sat on the bed panting and sweating. He lowered his head and tried to catch his breath. Every time he bent down to pull his pants up, the stitches tugged painfully and he had to stop. How pathetic. Kaken. Katsuki's head snapped up to find Deku standing in the doorway. The boy quickly closed the door behind him to spare Katsuki's decency. Sheet. Katsuki wanted to yell at the demon nerd to get the hell out and leave him alone just to heal his wounded ego. But he knew he needed help. And lately, Deku was the only one he was okay with asking. Can I help, Kaken? Katsuki deeply appreciated Deku for asking in the way that he did. Do you need help? Would have made it harder to grasp his increasing anger at his situation. Yeah, he looked away embarrassed. Deku gave him a small smile and walked up to him. Katsuku stood from the bed and swayed slightly, leading to Deku's eyes widening. He rushed forward and held a hand out. I got it, Katsuki snapped, balancing himself. Deku placed a steadying hand on his arm anyway. I know you do, but I can help. So sit down and let me. There was determination in Deku's voice. Don't tell me what to do, nerd. He grumbled and rolled his eyes, more at himself than at Deku, and sat down. Right, sorry. But it's very helpful for you to sit down, so thank you. Katsuki avoided looking at Deku as he pulled his pants on for him. How mortifying. Deku's hands slipped the pants over his, but as he stood slightly to make it easier, they both tensed and avoided eye contact. Okay, now your shirt. Deku lifted it up. I can take my arm out of the sling to put it through the sleeve if you'll just. He cleared his throat, which felt oddly tight. Put it over my head. It hurts to raise my arms. Oh, of course. Deku did just that. Deku helped him put a jacket on since it was cold outside, leaving his injured arm in the sling instead of the jacket sleeve to avoid unnecessary pain. Thanks. The words felt foreign for Katsuki to say. He actually didn't remember the last time he said please or thank you. But he was working on it, so this was a step in the right direction. Deku smiled like he knew what it meant to hear that. Of course, Kaken. You ready to go? Yes, he said, exasperated. Very. Okay, let me get the wheelchair. Katsuki groaned. Can we not use that? It's ridiculous. Yeah, I don't think Recovery Girl will let you leave if you don't. He groaned again. Then fine. He sat in the wheelchair begrudgingly, silently noting that it really did relieve the pain in his torso. He hated when other people were right,